aggressive Cold War anti-communism by the most powerful countries in the world, alongside apartheid South Africa. This is the battle that is joined. And when we consider the fight against South African apartheid and its African diaspora dimensions, we also understand that it's part of this larger struggle of anti-African decolonization, including in Southern Africa. In this last part of this paper, I will focus on Southern Africa. Now, by 1965, there were 34 independent African countries, but South Africa, Rhodesia, and the Portuguese colonies of Angola, Mozambique, and Guinea-Bissau and Cabo Verde in West Africa represented what some historians have called a white redoubt, meaning a strategic alliance of white minority regimes bent on maintaining cultural control. Transnational white supremacy combined with Cold War geopolitics to continue the global color line as these regimes, claiming to be oases of white civilization on the dark continent, the supposed dark continent, drew substantial support from US conservatives opposed to both civil rights and African decolonization. As it became increasingly evident that the first wave of African and Caribbean decolonization, nor the legislative gains of the civil rights movement, they did not create substantive socioeconomic transformation, diasporic activists viewed Lusophone anti-colonial movements in Mozambique, Guinea-Bissau, and Cape Verde, those movements that established schools and medical clinics and cooperative stores to meet people's practical needs, these became relevant models for meaningful societal change in their own communities. And so the freedom movements of Angola, particularly the MPLA, the Popular Movement for the Liberation of Angola, which began the first revolution against Portugal, the African Party for the Independence of Guinea-Bissau and Cape Verde, and Frelimo. Those movements, those later two movements, began in 1962. And PAIGC, the Movement for Freedom in Guinea-Bissau and Cape Verde, began its armed struggle in 1963, as did Frelimo in 1964. And of course, in this country, armed struggle began with the ANC, PAC, and a number of other organizations in 1961. Going to Mozambique and that liberation movement, focusing on Frelimo. Frelimo's first president, Eduardo Mondlane, earned 2 university degrees in America, became a university professor also in America, and while there, worked at the United Nations, mobilizing American activist networks to support Frelimo and to help decouple this idea of Cold War geopolitics, separating Cold War matters, to refocus to say that this is a struggle not within Cold War dynamics, that Africans are not simply proxies of the Soviet Union, but to make the case that Africans were fighting liberation struggles in their own right, that this was about decolonization and international justice and African sovereignty. And by 1968, Frelimo controlled about 20% of Mozambican territory, and acting on Mondlane's definition of liberation as ending Portuguese colonialism and creating a type of societal transformation, Frelimo in these liberated zones created educational, health, and socioeconomic programs that sought to materially improve people's lives. And these programs motivated ordinary people to join the anti-colonial fight, knowing that a better life was possible. A luta continua, the struggle continues, were Mondlane's parting words to correspondents, and they became particularly poignant after South African agents assassinated him with a letter bomb in early 1969. The story could possibly end there, but of course it doesn't, because those in the diaspora were deeply inspired by Mondlane's time in America and his ability to shed light on liberation struggles in Southern Africa. And an African-American lawyer named Robert Van Leerup traveled to Mozambique in 1971 and embedded himself in Frelimo anti-colonial zones. In those zones, there primarily to witness these medical clinics. Africa, where consciousness youth adopted the title for their own anti-apartheid struggle. And so I'm going to move forward to another example. And this is the example of Amilcar Cabral and the liberation struggle in Cabo Verde and Guinea-Bissau. Because Cabral came to the United States, and in many ways he picked up the mantle of Mondlane as a representative of these Lusophone decolonization struggles. Cabral's catchphrase was, "Claim no easy victory." And it reflected his sober analysis that the struggle against Portuguese colonialism was part of a larger global system of fighting against colonialism, apartheid, imperialism, and patriarchy. Cabral testified at the Congressional Black Caucus, which was a caucus of African American political representatives in the US House of Representatives. the U.S. oriented U.S. foreign policy to allow Modlane and Cabral and other liberationist leaders understood the importance of diplomatic engagement with diasporic communities, understanding that there were these battles around U.S. foreign policy that could be important in determining trajectories or influencing trajectories of decolonization in America. As a young person, I remember listening to Bob Marley's Zimbabwe. And that was my first introduction, and I think for many in the diaspora, the first introduction to what was happening and what became Rhodesia. That song, Zimbabwe, was a song that Marley himself performed during Zimbabwean independence celebrations in 1980. He and other reggae stars, Peter Tosh, Bunny Wailer, Burning Spear, had long been cultural ambassadors for African independence. They had long sung passionately about anti-colonial heroes like Patrice Lumumba, Haile Selassie, and Marcus Garvey. And so Marley's 1979 song Zimbabwe became an inspirational anthem, not just for those of us in the diaspora, but for Zimbabwean freedom fighters. And these were the ones who invited him to perform at Zimbabwe's independence ceremony for the stadium capacity crowd of 40,000 people. The next night, Marley played an open-air concert for free for an estimated 100,000 people. And this song, Zimbabwe, was a co-production of Africa and the African diaspora because it was composed with a Zimbabwean, Gibson Mandashona. And it was composed in Ethiopia while Marley was there visiting. That song in which the Zimbabwean Mandashona and the Jamaican Bob Marley composed, Marley sang those lyrics. Every man got a right to decide his own destiny. And in this judgment, there is no partiality. So arm in arm, with arms, we'll fight this little struggle. I can't sing, so I'm hoping you're gonna kind of help me out here. Do you know this song? Let's break this up. Do you know the song? Okay, can you sing it with me? David, I know you know this song. None of us can sing. Are we agreed? I can't sing, I'll speak for myself. Can we break this up? Make it not just where I'm just talking? Can you sing it with me? Can we? Okay, listen. Run it through. Every man got a right to decide his own destiny. Every man got a right to decide his own destiny. And in this judgment there is no partiality. So arm in arm, with arms, we'll fight this little struggle. 'Cause that's the only way we can overcome our little trouble. Brother, you're right, you're right, you're right, you're right, you're so right. We're gonna fight, we're gonna fight, we're gonna fight, fight for our rights. Africans liberate Zimbabwe. Okay, y'all left me out here by myself. Okay. Okay. That's all right. That's all right. All right. Okay. All right. All right. So, okay. So what I'm sharing, what I'm getting at, we can loosen this up a little bit. What I'm sharing here is that this dynamic of the diaspora being engaged not just with localized struggles, let's say in Jamaica or the United States or in England, but deeply connected and aware of what was happening in Africa, and linking those struggles from the continent and the diaspora as a unified struggle. Again, there are local distinctions, but there's this sense that there's a larger connectivity. And that shows up in politics, that shows up in economic support, that shows up in cultural production, with films and music, right? And that broad engagement in these different arenas further facilitate these deeper connections, so that Marley, singing this anthem, understanding how important it is to Zimbabwean freedom fighters fighting out in the bush, are coming together at this moment of celebration of independence. And his wife there, Rita Marley, at this independence ceremony understands that it's not over yet. Zimbabwe now, she says, South Africa next, when all Africa, all black people are free. And so in this context, when we think about South African independence struggles, when we think about those histories, those deep, immersive social histories of South Africa that Bob has written about for over half a century, it is in this context then that we consider those histories in a larger continental and diasporic framework. It is in that context that we understand that the anti-apartheid struggle was always connected to a larger world, and that this was a deliberate strategy of anti-apartheid activists, understanding that the power calculus in apartheid South Africa was oriented toward the apartheid state. They had the guns, they had the money, they had the powerful international allies like the United States, like England. And the one way to try to balance this unequal power dynamic was to mobilize diasporic activists who could try to influence the foreign policy of those countries that they were residing in. Those diasporic activists who had their own domestic-oriented grievances against those governments and saw the support of apartheid South Africa as another grievance to mobilize against. And so it is no surprise in this context that we see Albert Lutuli, Nobel Peace Prize winner, mobilizing and coordinating through American anti-apartheid organizations, organizing with Martin Luther King, where Martin Luther King, in his 1964 Nobel Peace Prize acceptance speech, singles out his fellow Nobel laureate, Albert Lutuli, as his leader, King's leader, Lutuli as King's great example of nonviolent political struggle. And so we see even great diasporic activists like King looking to the continent, looking to African activists for inspiration and for guidance. Just as African Americans looked at Frelimo, looked at Cabral, looked at the idea of liberated zones and creating grassroots movements that connected to real people's lives, the establishment of health clinics, of schools, of agricultural programs, and saw in that possible examples or templates for their own liberation struggles, so too did King look at Lutuli as a model, as an example. En route to his 1964 Oslo ceremony, where he was going to accept the Nobel Peace Prize, King had stopped in London, and he gave an address on South African independence to an audience, many of whom included exiled South Africans. There he declared himself a follower of Lutuli, he had already raised funds to support Southern African liberation movements. And there in London, he connected the global color line from America to apartheid, saying, clearly there is much in Mississippi and Alabama to remind South Africans of their own country. And he identified with those in South Africa in the far more deadly struggle, those in South Africa who strove, in his words, for half a century to win by nonviolent methods before the shootings of Sharpeville and all that has happened since. King had likened apartheid to a sophisticated form of slavery, and his last book, Chaos or Community. In this tradition, Washington, D.C., where Bob resided from 1977 forward, became a thriving center of Pan-African solidarity with Southern Africa. We know, again, still, that the U.S. foreign policy was still oriented toward apartheid South Africa. President Ronald Reagan's constructive engagement policies provided military, economic, and political support for apartheid South Africa. And African Americans, in partnership with a broad cross-section of American society, ultimately led successful campaigns for decisive shift in U.S. foreign policy. And when I say a broad cross-section of American society, that included Bob Edgar. You know, one of the things we love about Bob is that he's very modest. You have to find out things that Bob has done by actually researching and coming across information. Now, Bob will never tell you, for instance, of his engagement, and I'm just going to give one example. In 1977, the South African tennis team in an international competition called the Davis Cup. Now, South Africa at the time had one of the best tennis-playing nations in the world. They had great tennis players. And they participated on the international stage, as many other South African sporting teams did, in rugby and cricket, etc. And there were growing protests around the world, including the United States, about having the South African Davis Cup team, representing apartheid South Africa, freely engage in international competitions. And the first inroads in the anti-apartheid struggle was in the arena of sport. South African exile Dennis Brutus initiated and spearheaded many anti-apartheid movements, basically to get sanctions, to get South Africa out of international competitions. So those movements have resulted in, for instance, the South Africa being excluded from the Olympics in 1964 and 68. And in tennis, activists were pushing to get South Africa out of Davis Cup competitions. And so African-American athlete Arthur Ashe, incredible tennis player, led those efforts. And when in 1977, the South African Davis Cup team came, and it was all white except for a token black, so-called colored, anti-apartheid activists saw through that ruse, that this was not a truly integrated South African team. And there were protests, including storming court, putting an oily substance on the court to not allow play to continue. And in working on another article, I was reading this story about this activism. And lo and behold, the name Robert Edgar popped up as part of these protests. I guess this is when he was finishing up his PhD work at UCLA. And I had to look at the documentation, and I had to wonder how it is that I had known this man for over 25 years at that point, and he had never shared that story. And I had to go to Bob and say, well, you know, Bob, I think this is you. I think this is your name here. Seems like you. Seems like you were at this place at this time. How come me growing up in LA, why wouldn't you share that story? Bob, again, very modest. And so it was like pulling teeth to get the story out of him about how he had been involved. And he would always say, well, I was just a foot soldier. Very modest. And I had to wonder, well, why is it that when we talk about Washington, D.C. being a center of anti-apartheid activity, and we know about anti-apartheid activists like Sylvia Hill and Gay McDougall and many others, Randall Robinson, why did I have to hear from others? In interviewing a woman named Adjoa Dunn, also engaged in that anti-apartheid struggle, all of these folk would point to Bob. Well, he was involved, in his quiet way, he was involved. He did this, he did that, he did this. When you read about Trans-Africa lobbying against the US government's foreign policy favoring South Africa, Bob doesn't talk much about any of this. And why is it that I had to come across his book, Sanctioning Apartheid, about, movements to enact economic sanctions against South Africa? He never told me about that work. I found out about it just by doing my research. And so I tell that story simply to say that I'm so glad we're having this conference. I'm so glad that we're here together to discuss immersive social histories, to engage Bob's work, to acknowledge Bob's work, to recognize his contributions. When we talk about the anti-apartheid struggle, and when we talk about African American engagement in trying to overturn apartheid, yes, we want to talk about Sylvia Hill, who launched the Southern Africa Support Project. That was a Washington, D.C.-based grassroots organization that connected local struggles in D.C. with African decolonization. Yes, we want to talk about South African exiles, black South African exiles like Dumisani Khumalo, ANC Representative Themba Vilakazi, who partnered with African Americans like Congressman Mel King and Professor Willard Johnson to begin a state-level disinvestment campaign against South Africa, passing bills whereby states, and then ultimately trade unions and other organizations, universities, divested their holdings from South Africa. Yes, we want to talk about Trans-Africa and the congressmen, mostly African-American congressmen, who sponsored bills that ultimately led to federal economic sanctions against apartheid South Africa. When the US enacted economic sanctions against South Africa in 1986, Great Britain followed, a number of other countries followed suit. Japan, another important trading nation. The US, Great Britain, Japan. At that time, the three leading nations engaged with trade with South Africa, enacting economic sanctions. Vitally important as a supplement to the domestic struggle that was happening here in the 1970s and 1980s. And I stress that. Diasporic activism, the activism of scholar activists like Bob Edgar, were important supplements to the primary role of Africans and allies engaged in the struggle here. When we talk about the cultural dimensions, we are reminded that many hip-hop artists in the 1980s came together as a collective, hip-hop artists against apartheid. They arranged concerts, including one 1990 concert in London that celebrated the release of Nelson Mandela and that raised over $30,000 for the ANC. We acknowledge activists like the African-American lawyer Gay McDougall, who had met South African and Namibian exiles while studying international law in London in the late 1970s, and who observed alongside ANC leaders the negotiated settlement negotiations for Zimbabwean independence. Gay McDougall provided key legal research support for the ANC during the negotiated settlement that led to South African democracy in April 1994. It was Gay McDougall whom Nelson Mandela requested to witness his voting for the very first time. McDougall was part of an international team of observers of those elections. And so it was McDougall side by side with Mandela, representing this long, centuries-long arc of Africa and the African diaspora being connected. I end by very quickly noting that, of course, it was not just a US or African American and African dimension. I've brought in Caribbean examples, but of course, Afro-Brazilians were deeply engaged in anti-apartheid activism, connecting Black power movements in Brazil to Black consciousness movements in South Africa. Black people in the South American nation of Colombia also at conferences referenced apartheid and lobbied their governments to move against apartheid. And so this story of African decolonization simply cannot be told without the significant contributions of the African diaspora. Across the 20th century, African and diasporic activists created and sustained transnational solidarities with African liberation movements to end European colonialism in Africa, a major victory against the global color line. But of course, the story does not end with 1994. 1994 created an opening, an opportunity to transform society in meaningful ways. Of course, African decolonization is an ongoing project. We have to acknowledge that there were and are internal fissures within relatively weak post-colonial nation states. We have to acknowledge the after effects of Cold War geopolitics. One historian of Africa likened newly emergent African nations getting their independence in the midst of the Cold War as something similar as learning how to drive in the middle of a demolition derby. We have to acknowledge, of course, all forms of economic neocolonialism. We have to acknowledge corruption. We have to acknowledge all these dynamics that have circumscribed earlier ideals of decolonization being more than flag independence, but also an independence that spoke to political, economic, social, and cultural sovereignty and autonomy. And so we are reminded that these earlier struggles obviously are not an end, but a continual struggle. As Amilcar Cabral reminded us, there are no easy victories. We cannot claim easy victories. And as Eduardo Mondlane told us long ago, a luta continua, the struggle continues. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, Professor Robert Trent Vinson. I was not going to stop you because I was just enjoying it. Now, we're going to allow Professor Andre Odendal do what he was supposed to have done. He's online now. Um, But before I do that, I need to acknowledge some persons who are here with us. We have a representative of the Israeli Church of Bishop Machoba. We have Mama Eleanor Sisulu. She wrote the biography of Walter and Albert Sisulu. And I'm also going to say Professor Robert Edgar is so humbled. When I'm in his house, I look around because I want to see stuff that he doesn't talk about. There's a picture when he was younger with Utata Walter Sisulu. He doesn't talk about those things, you know. You spent, how long we've known him now? I've known him since 2003, 2002 actually. But he doesn't talk about these things that if it was me, you know, maybe I'll have a picture of Tata Sisulu with me on my car, you know. He doesn't do that. Professor David Copeland is here. Professor David Copeland, Emeritus University at Wits University. He's helped us to really write about make song, you know, and music scholarship. Thank you, Dr. Copeland. Christopher Sanders, Professor Christopher Sanders. They are all retired, but they look so young. Christopher Sanders, I started my PhD with him in 2002 or 1 when I was working at Robben Island, and I told him, hey, I got this dollars, you know, for the Ford Foundation. Now I want to leave you and go and see what's the American dream all about. And then he asked me, so now where do you want to study? I said, no, I want to go to Howard. He said, Dr. Robert Edgar is coming next week. He's from Howard. You can come and see him. I met Bob Edgar, and then my decision was made to go to Howard. I had actually 2 choices. I needed to go to work with Professor Mamdani in New York. And then once I met Bob, then it was done. You know, he's got this power, you know. So Professor Andrew Odendal, you can come in. You have a very short bio. I'm going to read it. Professor Andrew Odendal is a writer in residence and honorary professor in history and heritage studies at the University of the Western Cape, UWC in Belleville. His dozen books, and I want to get there, right? I'm still young. His dozen books include The Founders, The Origins of the African National Congress, and the Struggle for Democracy, 2012. Pitch Battles, Sport, Racism and Resistance, 2020, co-authored with Peter Hain, and he jointly edited Robben Island Rainbow Dreams, that we worked on together with him on the making of Democratic South Africa's first heritage institution. Now, Professor Andrew Odendal was my boss at Robben Island in 2000 to 2003. I think we were the chosen few to convert Robben Island prison the Alcatraz or the apartheid state, into a national museum. Those were the best days of my life. Ratis here was born there, so he was made on Robben Island. We're all old here. Over to you, Professor Odendal. I don't want to say a lot of our secrets on the island.
Thanks very much, Nayo. Can you hear me? Just indicate on the screen, please, because I couldn't hear you.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thanks very much. Program Director and Robert and Bob Edgar, I'm very sorry I couldn't be there today. I've also missed your entire presentation. Unfortunately, for some reason, I've had skilled people around me, but we couldn't hear what you were saying, although we could see you. So I'll just speak for a very few minutes to pay tribute to Bob firstly, Chair. Greetings to everyone there, and thanks to Nayo and the organizing team for the idea and arranging the conference to honor Bob Edgar. And Bob, we're very proud of you, love and respect you for your gentle humanity and your big contribution over the years, very much. I think it's 50 years or so ago that we first communicated, and 40 since we became close friends, seeing each other on 3 continents and playing pool on 3 continents as well, with Litiani usually backing me in what could be raucous laughter at times. So we had great fun, as well as benefited tremendously from our relationship in a work sense. So just to say once again, congrats to colleagues for paying tribute to Bob in this way. And thanks, Bob, for everything you've done. Also, Robert is someone I met through Bob early on, and we all know him as a leading scholar and director of institutes and the global diaspora movement. But there are 3 things that I was going to say about him in introducing him very briefly, which I'll just mention without going into details. His route to university was very unusual, and he had fascinating connections to 3 of the giants of world tennis, the Venus and Serena Williams sisters and Andre Agassi. Growing up in Central Los Angeles, Robert was spotted by a tennis coach called Richard Williams, not the father of the sisters, who had a tennis academy and sent more than 100 young people to university on tennis scholarships. And Robert was one of those who was lucky to go to the University of Nevada and study psychology. So it was a long way from history at that stage, but something most of us didn't know. Also, once he started playing for the college team at the university, a young boy was brought to them one day and asked if they could knock up with him. And that was, of course, Andre Agassi. And within a very short time, Robert and the other college players had to form doubles pairings to play against this youngster on his own. He's very, very proud of that Los Angeles upbringing in the inner city and the route he followed through mentorship with people to get into academia. Secondly, of course, most of us perhaps know that Robert was a West African scholar, and it was through Bob Edgar that he changed at a very late stage to South Africa. And Bob, in many ways, Robert has been mentored by you, and he mentions this aspect of the immersive scholarship that you are known for. When he found an Israel family in Cape Town, Work. He read about one of Cape Town's Garveyards from the 1920s from Guyana, named Timothy Robertson. And after looking through those old, thick Cape Town telephone directories, he found the family, son of Timothy Robertson, and discovered after developing a close friendship with the family how that his wife, actually also from Guyana, was family of the Robertsons. And since that time, Robert has seen South Africa as part of his really as home, and that he has family, making that as special. But I think we see in the scholarship of Robert Vincent also the impact of Bob Edgar. But Robert, I heard only 2 or 3 paragraphs of you speaking about the Pan-African Congress in Manchester in 1945. And I think that period was very important inside South Africa as well. We know that Peter Abrams was there after getting on a boat in Cape Town Harbour and ending up in England, and that he later ended up living in the Koyaba Mountains in Jamaica. But it was really developments inside South Africa at the very same time that were very important, and that was the African Claims document. And I think it's actually important also in the light of what's happening today in terms of human rights. In response to the Atlantic Charter by Roosevelt and Churchill, Dr. Kluma, who was American educated, of course, brought 26 leading African intellectuals together under Z.K. Matthews' chairpersonship to draft an African response to the Atlantic Charter. And if one reads African Claims, which isn't recognized enough in terms of the development of militant nationalism or the decolonial movement in South Africa, that document is very important. And it pointed out at the very beginning stage of this new concept of international human rights, the hypocrisy and the intellectual schizophrenia, actually, over 500 years of talk about Christianity's civilization and human rights, going along with slavery, colonialism, and exploitation and land dispossession and so on. Because that committee said clearly that this Atlantic Charter's principles must apply to the colonial peoples as well, to the dispossessed of the world. And of course, that had never been the intention of the Allies after World War II. Although it led to the Universal Declaration of Human Rights by 1949, within, I think, 3 months of that being signed in Paris, tens of thousands of people, around 20,000 people, if I remember correctly, were basically were killed in violent ways in Madagascar by French troops for opposing the colonial authorities. Houses burnt down and other very violent put down of the we would say legitimate aspirations of people, or the legitimate grievances of people in Madagascar. And that document also came out at the time then that the Youth League was being founded. And as Robert has said in his book on Luthuli, although those early times, and including into the 50s, the Defiance campaign, weren't successful in the short term, they actually entrenched the notion of getting rid of colonial and apartheid rule in its entirety. So I think those are very important times to look at. In the biography of Luthuli, Robert details how his tour of the American South had a profound effect on him, allowing him to see South African issues more sharply and in a different and larger perspective. Lutuli's American tour reminded him of the transnational nature of white supremacy. Those moments, a door closed in one's face, a restaurant where a cup of coffee has been refused, that jolt the black man back to the realization that almost everywhere he traveled, race prejudice will not let him be at home in the world. And I think there's some wonderful ways in which Robert has looked at Lutuli. And if I can find it now, I've also just seen a newspaper report of his funeral, which emphasizes Robert's point that he was deeply African in his sensibilities and his beliefs and his feeling of belonging. And remarkably, on July 22, 1967, there's a report on his funeral, and it starts with, under the shade of the Ntombe and Kohlshort trees, Chief Albert John Lutuli was buried in the century-old cemetery at Groundfloor. The century-old cemetery, speaking to a long tradition of African intellectualism that Ntongela Masilela and others have spoken about, but we can actually take it back 8 generations, in fact, as I'm trying to show now in work for a book on the 200th anniversary of indigenous writing in South Africa. It's absolutely essential that as part of the diaspora thinking and work that Robert and many others are doing, that we also look much more closely at our own African intellectual history, which has hardly been touched on today. And we can go very far. That's another discussion which I can't do now. But this idea, this theme.
Prof,
The theme
if you can wrap up, Prof, if you can wrap up.
If I can end?
No, if you can try and wrap up, and the others you will maybe talk about them in your paper.
I can't hear you, Nayo. Can you just type something on the messages? I can see.
Oh, I've texted. Check your WhatsApp.
You want me to stop?
No, I don't want you to stop. I want you to wrap up. Can you type?
Sorry, I can't hear you.
Can you type there? They are typing there. I send you a WhatsApp.
Yeah, just type something for me, and I'll just talk until I see the typed message, okay?
We are saying you must wrap up.
Okay, I must wrap up. Okay.
Yes, thank you.
I'm going to try and wrap up very quickly. Not being at home in the world should become a key theme of this conference, I believe. We live in traumatic times when reaction has ruptured assumptions of our common humanity and, in fact, destroyed the meaning of language. If we look at the past 2 years in which we've seen genocide in Gaza, defenseless people bombed and brutalized in unimaginable film genocide, with impunity and immunity from, and the 2,000 kilogram bombs from those who have always been so-called upholders of human rights. I think we need, in a post-truth world, where human rights, as in certain ways, as a Western definition, completely lost its meaning, to find new ways of recreating a human rights definition that has meaning in the world today, which also, of course, in a post-truth digital age is undermining the notion of the essential unity of humanity and the notions of solidarity, empathy, and service made great by the people that we have been talking about. So, how do we do this, Chair? I think very quickly, how do we at home and in the world in this context go forward? What role can and should the humanities play? How do we promote and protect the humanities forward? How do academics in the USA protect and sustain institutions under threat? And how do we in South Africa build sustainable, transformed institutions at a time of non-delivery, populism, and institutional chaos and breakdown? And I think we, at a time when the West has essentially trashed the notion of human rights, and the scholars of the diaspora constitute a new universal discourse from out of slavery, colonial oppression, and struggle that have meaning for people in the world today. And hopefully, and I'm sure that would need to include the gentle humanism of many of the characters that we know about and talk about. Also very important in this is the new generation of South African scholars who are coming to the fore. In terms of the decolonial aspect of South African history, we are only now starting to rewrite African intellectual history in South Africa. So a new generation of scholars fired by post-colonial and decolonial imaginations, skilled in language and drawing on new technologies such as the metadata analysis that machine learning of the AI age makes possible, has started feeding off and learning from a rich inheritance from which it was previously cut off. So we now have the output that we can get from new technologies, new intellectual and cultural sensibilities, and a much bigger scale of indigenous scholarship into previously white universities. And the new approaches can take us to a new level, going far beyond what historians like myself and others have been able to go through. Also, to close then, I also want to Christopher Lee, who says that even the notion of the new Africans, or rather I make, I'd like to make that argument using Lee, that in relation to exile writing by people like Alex Laguma and others. Laguma published his first novel, and the first in 1962 as a pioneer African novelist. The first review was written by Wally Soyinka, and he was regarded by Ngugi and many others as one of the absolute pioneers of the African novel. Laguma was incarcerated and house arrested for 5 years before he went into exile, which is how he started becoming a writer. He then travels for the next 17 years as secretary of the Afro-Asian Writers Association to more than 30 or 40 countries. What Christopher Lee observes is that there emerged from this experience of exile broad worldviews which have helped reshape and expand South African and African literary and political networks and ideas beyond conventional frameworks to encompass a broader global identity. And they opened up new networks and ideas of struggle, solidarity, thinking, and identity creation that we can learn from today. So he maintains that we need to look much more at South Africa's input into the decolonial thinking
I'm calling Prof. Can you see it? We have a Los Angeles keynote
I'm
address.
trying to answer Naya's call. Okay, Nayo?
Yeah, Prof, I was saying we have a keynote address from
No,
LA.
I've finished now.
Please.
No, sorry, I finished. Really to say then that we need to look at South Africa's writings in much more depth of our indigenous intellectuals as part of transatlantic writings in England, English by the likes of Du Bois, Padmore and James, the Francophone writers, Césaire, Fanon and others, and people who promoted the gendering of black radicalism. So insights from the global south into both those radical traditions can be very important for current debates, but also it's a big task for our current generation with their skills, language abilities, and sensibilities to go out there and insert our African writers, intellectuals, and activists into the global dialogue and discourse of radical African writing. Thanks very much. Sorry about this.
Thank
It's
you.
very
Thanks,
frustrating speaking
Prof.
from far and being sort of totally out.
Yeah,
Hi.
thank
Good
you so
luck,
much.
Bob.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are pressed of time, but as others come in, I'm going to introduce them because it's important. Professor Salim Badat and the other faculty members from the University of the Free State have joined in. And also we have Dr. Matthias Poswa. He's going to talk in the next session. We're only going to have 10 minutes of question and answer and comments on Professor Robert Trent Vincent's conversation. And after that, we're going to go straight into, okay, my boss here is going to make announcements. And after that, we're going to go straight into the session one, titled Robert Edgar, activist, scholar, Lesotho and Southern Africa. And my brother, Professor Roland Dile, maybe you'll be a better manager of that time. Please, when you come down. Can we take comments and questions for 10 minutes on the keynote opening address? I can't see. You'll help me isolate too. Tando is doing a PhD on APLA. I have a PhD in African history, but I don't know anything about APLA. So I'm happy because I'm going to learn so much from what he's doing. Can we take, is there anyone who wants to comment? I will comment, I want to see your hand, I will comment. I was trying to play Zimbabwe Bob Marley on my phone. Because now you are making me to have, what is it, Mowa, you know? Can we take questions if we are not taking, yes, Puti Luanda Sumza? Yeah. And Rati and Tavi, you are here. You can say something, right? You have listened here, right? Take this one.
Just to say one or two things. The first one is that there is a symbiotic relationship between the Black Power movement in the US, as articulated by students like Stokely Carmichael, Kwabeture, and others, and the Black Justice movement in South Africa. You know, both learned from each other. There were both student movements. They come out of the ranks of students into activism, which I think is something very important to note in this regard. The second one is that there is something I wanted to raise about the relationship between South Africa and the United States. There are two marriages that I think are very, very important. The marriage of Miriam Makeba to Stokely, to Kwame Ture, sorry, and the marriage of Vosumusi Make to, what's her name now? Maya Angelou. Now, these international relations actually mark a union between the US and South Africa, especially amongst the oppressed and the struggling peoples of the country. Thank you.
I don't see any other hand.
Thank you. Is there a hand there? Okay. Professor Ndile, you can come down, or can you do your announcement? And then Prof Ndile will take the next session. And the panelists must come and sit in the front. Dr. Matthews Posa, Mr. Luyanda Kamsunza is an author. He will introduce them. Ndate Siholi Santo, yeah. I'm free now.
Let me do the announcements first. Thank you. Good afternoon, esteemed guests and colleagues of Prof Robert Edgar. As already mentioned, my name is Thandolwe Tudlanga. I'm one of the organizers of this international conference. There are a few things that we must quickly announce. Firstly, we started a little bit late because of the technical issues that we had earlier. Now, we're trying to chase that time because we've got some people in Washington, D.C. that are supposed to be speaking in the afternoon session. So what we are going to do now is the session is going to start in the initial program. This session was supposed to start at 11:45, and it was going to end entirely at 1. So now, the session itself is going to start now, and their presentations will end at 1. Then between 1 and 1:30, it will be the questions and answers session. Then from 1:30, we will then do lunch. And excuse me. And from then, our lunch is no longer going to be as long as we expected it to be, 1 hour. We're going to try and push it a little bit to 30 minutes. And then we will resume the after lunch session exactly at 2 o'clock. Secondly, the speakers are given about 15 to 20 minutes each. In front of me, there are timers that are going to raise the tag for the timer. When it's 5 minutes left for your presentation, it will then be raised up. And then when your time is finished, it is going to say end. That will apply to almost everybody that is in the session. Thank you very much, Doc. You can proceed. As we go along, we will make further announcements on the issues that are at hand. Thank you.
Bonjour. Bonjour is a good morning in French, as I am a Cameroonian, but I will speak English in any way I can. Thank you, Professor Neo, for bringing me in. We have been in the decolonization and Africanization field since 2011, and no year passes when we don't see ourselves. I'm from the University of Buea, and also a visiting professor at the Soplaki University in Kimberley. And that is my first assignment here. And it's coincidence that the conference met me here. But I'm not new to the story. as a postdoc some years ago at UJ. I happened to attend a book launch, Africa's Cause Must Thrive. Something like a biography of MP Nda, which Prof and another colleague had written. So when so when this call came, it was not a new thing to me. From my timing, I think we have 3 panelists here, and this is 12 o'clock, 12:10. Certainly we are going to finish at 1 or a few minutes after, and then we have our time for questions before 1:30. My name is Roland Zile. I will be working with 3 gentlemen. Professor David Matthews Fossa, who will be presenting on leading figure in the business. No, that's a leading figure in the business and political world in South Africa. Mr. Luyanda Ka Msunza is an author from the Eastern Cape, South Africa, and Mr. Siwa Santo, former lecturer at the National University of Lesotho, and currently the organizational development consultant in SACU and SADC region, and an African future panelist. If I want to look at this time, we break it down to 3 into an hour of talk. We would have approximately 15 minutes each. That would take us to between 45 and 50 minutes. They won't have all the time to exchange. Gentlemen, we are going to go by the list here. We'll start with Dr. Matthews Fossa.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I think it's afternoon, so the Dean of Faculty of Humanities, Professor Masoha, the conference organizers, Prof Neo, who has been haunting me for so many months, and colleagues, my dear comrade Eleanor Sisulu, scholars from different institutions, friends, compatriots, and last but not certainly not least, Professor BoB Edgar, whom I affectionately call Bob. Hello, Bob. Okay, in that. You see, where's Letiani? Where is he? In America. Give him my regards. Now, I know BoB Edgar for more than 40 years. 40. We first met in 1984, me and BoB Edgar. He's a man with a very big heart of love and care. To organize also the conference, thank you for inviting me to this important and timely conference on the life, works, and communities of BoB. I'm honored to be here to share so many reflections about BoB, my friend. Where did it all start? First, take note, I was born in the squatter camp outside Nelspruit called Mbombela. Outside Nelspruit. If you go there, you won't find it. We've all been forcibly removed to a place called Kanyamazana today. It did not exist. It was a place of animals. So we put there. Maybe they thought we were animals. But that's where it is. After completing my tertiary education at University of the North, and now University of Limpopo, popularly known as TEFLIOP, and serving my articles in Johannesburg, together with fellow students at TEFLIOP, I opened the first black law firm in Mpumalanga, a move that brought us into confrontation with the government because we were going against what was called the Group Areas Act. To the Gen Z, it doesn't make sense. Blacks were not allowed to do businesses in so-called white areas. So we are the 3 young lawyers who are not being allowed to open our law firm in the Nelspruit town. We said, to hell with all this, we're going to defy this act and let authorities do their damnedest. We'll end up in court. They retreated, they got cold feet. That was when P.W. Botha was talking about amending the Group Areas Act. So there was an embarrassment about taking us to court. So our law firm thrived in defiance. As some of you may know, I represented many clients who even opposed the National Party government and its apartheid system. I'm referring to activists, anti-apartheid activists. This included members of Mkhonto Wesizwe, members of APLA, between 1981 and 1984. I did not know Bob, nor had heard of him or his scholarly work. It was in May 1984, when I visited the United States of America, that I met Bob. Bob, you didn't have gray hair, nor did I have. So that must tell the story about how far we've gone. I was among the people from around the world who were identified by the USAID to visit the US for trips around that country. The latter believed I was part of the people who could become influential from around the world. However, my main objective was to become acquainted with American legal systems as well as American politics. I ran into it because it was a year of an election year. Still remember Bob took me to a campaign by Gary Hart and Walter Mondale, who said in one debate, "Where is the beef?" which reverberated across the length and breadth of America. In a debate against Ronald Reagan, it became "Where is the beef?" as an advert. I spent a month in the US from mid-May to mid-June 1984. Bob, who was then an associate professor of African Studies at Howard University, was assigned to accompany me. I think this is because he was well-versed in South Africa's history and had been involved in anti-apartheid work. Lest did I know that this fortuitous meeting would lead to a lifetime friendship. While in the US, Bob accompanied me to different places and events, like the ones I've mentioned, where politicians were busy campaigning for votes. For example, we went to Atlanta. Interesting, Prof Rob, you talk about Atlanta. You know, there we went to Morehouse College, and we listened to speeches like people from Jesse Jackson, where he was condemning Ronald Reagan government for having South Africa as a topmost trading partner. You talked about the policy of constructive engagement, which was collaboration with apartheid in its naked form. We also visited the grave of Martin Luther King and also had the pleasure of being hosted by Coretta Scott. You talk about Martin Luther King being the hero of Martin Luther King. Lo and behold, we also met Tandile Tude. Bob took me to Tandile Tude. Remember Bob? So we met the daughter of the hero of Martin Luther King there in Atlanta, all of them. And then we had an opportunity to fly to the other side of the US, Los Angeles, Las Vegas, San Francisco, visiting different universities there, Stanford University, Berkeley University. And of course, the most interesting visit for me was at Bakersfield, down in the south, to the farms in California. There was a great trade unionist called Cesar Chavez. I mean, he was so powerful. You could mobilize strikes all over Europe against American wines and other things. We visited him in the vineyards where he was staying, and you would sit there. We spent a day with him, with his feet crossed, wearing a red jacket, which farm workers were wearing at the time, telling me about the history of the Hispanic people. That's where I first ate my piece of taco. I didn't even know the word taco. And me and Bob were munching taco there. But Bob, you did not know, Many years later, when I became a farmer, which I still am, I started a lychee farm in Hazyview, where you have been to my house. Bob is a family member. And the farm workers there, Bob, they wear the red jacket and red overall, a la Cesar Chavez, in honor of him. People think they belong to UFS, but says no. Wearing a blood red jacket, it's not a fashion of UFF, it has always been there. Believe it or not, today, my farm workers wear those jackets with pride. We took moments to visit the Grand Canyon, Bob. You remember, beautiful scenic ranges. We enjoyed a day there. One thing Bob always remembered in that trip was that they served us with very nice chops. And Bob was always licking his fingers, saying those chops were good at the Grand Canyon. I'm trying to make it an easy story, not a political story, because it's about a friend and a family member as far as I'm concerned. After a month-long stay in the US, I returned to South Africa. Bob and I continued to correspond via letters. There was no cell phone, no WhatsApps, nothing. Bob searched and found me in Lusaka. Thanks, Prof, to Tito Mboweni, may his soul rest in peace. He found me. In June, I received a letter from Bob informing me that he will be relocating to Lesotho to take up a teaching position at the National University of Lesotho, NUL, in August 1984. I was happy for him and thrilled that we will be able to visit one another. Alas, this never happened. On my return to South Africa, in addition to practicing law, of course, I was actively participating in United Democratic Front's campaigns against the new tricameral parliament, Prof. You remember those serious campaigns. I was campaigning in Eastern Transvaal with Dr. Kachalia, Mr. Saluji, all those guys, all those old topics. They campaigned with me there, and a few Mulanas. I wrote to Bob informing him about the campaign and how I escaped detention. Clearly, my activism had then drawn the attention of the police. But more worryingly, my work underground for the ANC MK brought me into the direct collusion with the Flag Plus unit, then headed by Eugene de Kock. One day, while in Middelburg, defending colleagues, Masuru Mula and Mantata, who were MK soldiers, and Judge Dikgang then, as he then was, Advocate Dikgang, was representing them. I received a message that I must flee, I must run away from this country, as I was about to be killed. I didn't believe the story, but that was the message I received. And I thought, these police officers sitting in court, they were focusing on me like I'm a criminal. And I could see that that message had resonance with how I was being viewed in court. I fled the country at the beginning of 1985, and I stayed in exile until 1990, when Nelson Mandela instructed me and others to return to help him commence the negotiations with the National Party. After the negotiations in 1994, I was appointed the first Premier of Mpumalanga by His Excellency President Mandela. And at the time, I worked very well with the father-in-law of my dear comrade here, Illinois, a stalwart who has not been recognized enough in this country. A father and a teacher to Mandela, if I may say so. Because I worked with them, I know who was the teacher and who was the student. I'm telling the truth. During this period and my time in exile, I learned about Bob's rising stature as an academic. He was publishing on South African history, contributing to our understanding of the oppression black South Africans were enduring, but also how they resisted. For instance, I got to know about his book titled Because They Chose the Plan of God, the story of the Bulwark Massacre, 1988. And not long, the publication sanctioning apartheid, 1990. Bob's scholarship has distinguished him as an academic activist. For example, this clear in his work on the African apocalypse, the story of Nonteta, Nkwenkwe, 1999, where he helped Nkwenkwe's family and followers to track and identify her grave in Pretoria, where she had been rendered a pauper's funeral. Years later, after I was not inside the country, Bob continued to publish fascinating and inspiring books like Edwin Thabo Mafutanyana and the Communist Party 2005, The Finger of Enoch Mkitima, The Israelite, and the Bulwark Massacre in South Africa 2018. Africa's cause must triumph. The collected writings of A.P. Mda, co-authored with Luyanda Msumza, and recently Josie Palmer, very recently. Get up and get moving. Bob, my friend, you have done well as a scholar. And I want to say, I want to find out if there's any South African citizens who has written so many history books about us and our leaders as Bob. I don't have a name. I don't have a name. There is no such a name. Bob, God giving me more years to live, I would like to meet you. Bob has inspired me to write yet another history book. Being a historian, this book has taken me 10 years now to research and write. You think Witness to Power, which has been published, is a good book? Watch early next year. Watch. It's a book inspired by him and the late Professor Bonner. He kept saying, you will write this book, Matthew. And thanks, Bob, for inspiring me. I'm almost at the end of that book with your agents and Dr. Moloi guiding me as we go in. What happened was when we started writing this book with Dr. Moloi and Professor Bonner left us. He passed on. And he was guiding the whole exercise. And I asked Dr. Moloi to continue. Let's have this young African leading this huge research into what we want to write about. Like I say, wait until next year. The book will be soon on your shelves. I understand I can no longer continue with my speech, and I want to be decent to the chairperson and sit down. Thank you.
Thank you so much. There is a lot that has not been said. And it now goes back to what the introductory message of the Dean meant, that there must be a publication and that we look forward to it. At this moment, we will ask Mr. Luyanda to take the podium.
Hi, Bob. Say hi to the imperialists. Thank you very much, Program Director, for the opportunity. I want to also thank the organizers of this conference. I think I got wind of this from NAGLA in the US when we communicated that Neo is thinking about something like this, and at the same time Neo wrote to me about it. I was really excited beyond me about this opportunity. But before I get into my talk, I wanted to raise something a little bit disturbing. Earlier this month, Bob lost a very, very important friend of his, the head of department of the African Studies program in Howard, Professor Mbai Cham. Bob has not been able to attend a memorial service that was organized at Howard 2 weeks ago. And I thought perhaps we could give a moment of silence for Mbai Cham, who was a great scholar, a film writer, a head of department, very, very compassionate man, who died suddenly this year. Thank you. Thank you. The second one I wanted to also raise is that yesterday, what was the date yesterday? The 15th. The 15th of October was Bob Edgar's birthday. We'll sing him a happy birthday at the end of the program, not today. I wanted to look at just a couple of books, 5 books that Bob has written. I have a copy of my speech in the computer there, but I thought I'll summarize it better if I start talking. This book is The Finger of God, and because they chose the path of God. The second one is The Story of Non-Data, the Apocalypse. The other one is, he has already mentioned, Edwin, the making of a communist, the history of Edwin Thabo Mfutsanyana and his wife, Josim Palmer. These histories are actually a very, very important part of Bob history's makeup. And I just wanted to raise a very, very important thing about Bob Edgar. You know, Bob goes to communities like all academics do. But you know, academics have got this terrible habit that some of us struggle with, where they go and extract information from communities and go and use it and copyright it, and it becomes theirs. The communities have nothing to do with that information. It becomes theirs. Bob is different from that. I mean, yes, he still retains copyrights to the work, but he becomes involved with the issues of the community. In particular with he helped with the organization of the Buluk Remembrance. He worked with the church to recover actually he found their what do you call it? The Ark. The Ark of the Covenant, yes. He found it at the museum in Grahamstown, the Albany Museum at Grahamstown, and brought it back to the community, and has been part of that community and involved with them. At the launch of the Buluk Memorial, we attended both of it. So we have got a continued relationship with the church. I think that's why the church decided they must be part of this event today. The second one is the non-data book. I mean, after doing all the research and, you know, and working with the community, we were able to working with the group at Vescopis graveyard. We finally identified the grave of non-data, and Bob negotiated with the Eastern Cape government, got members of the church to go up to Joburg, negotiated with the University of Pretoria, you know, for a team of people who can identify bones and say something about these bones, that they were able to link the bones that were found in there to non-data. And lastly, we're also at the reburial of non-data in Tamaga in Kigulepsan. And I think this story is a very, very important one that shows greater commitment to that. The third book I wanted to look at was Edwin Mfutsanyana. Bob took a long time working on this book. Now, the Communist Party has got periods that they really don't want to talk about. I think it's a history that is a bit controversial and a bit of uncomfortable history. But Bob worked with Mfutsanyana. But the first thing he did with Mfutsanyana was to actually take him to Roma so that the students can actually see this old communist, and he presented to the students there. The second occasion, that was a very, very important occasion that I was a part of, we went to Witsesuk to come and get Mfutsanyana. We traveled to Joburg, and he was there for the celebration of some event by COSATU, and he actually made a presentation there. So we've been part of that, you know, of that whole process with Bob, and it marks a real serious commitment of Bob to the South African history and the South African people, you know. Lastly, when Walter Sisulu was going to be released, Bob got wind of this, and Bob tells me that he flew to Joburg. And he says, I was in the US at the time, so he tells me the story. He says, it was so exciting. We were dancing and shouting in the streets. And I was wondering, Bob has got, before he was on the wheelchair, he always had 2 left feet. So I could see Bob marching and doing the toy in the streets of Cape Town. But it was actually a wonderful commitment and a dedication to our struggle and to people of this country. And as soon as the Sisulus were released, then we were able to finish the first book, Africa's Cosmos Triumph, because now we had an opportunity of getting interviews from them, from these people. We also had an opportunity of actually getting Walter to write a memorial. Just this thing now. What is it? Is a forward. Oh, thank you. He wrote the forward to our book, and we established a long-term relationship with them. Same relationship that we had at the time the relationship we had with AP before they came into the scene. And I really would like to take this opportunity now to say thank you very much, Bob, for your life. I hope that God, our Lord, will keep you for many, many, many years, Bob. You've made a tremendous contribution. I know you still continue to research and continue to write. What I've just communicated here is part of a memoir that I hope to write, AP, and I hope to finish it by the end of next year. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for being also very kind to the time. We are going to have our third speaker, and he is Mr. Seosi Santo.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'm Seosi Santo from Lesotho, the friend of Dade Bob for 47 years. I can better you, Comrade Posa. And I will indicate what has been happening in those 47 years, time permitting. I want to associate myself with the commendation of the organizers of this very important conference. Professor Nell, your commitment and humanity has shown through in your various memos and communications up to this particular point. And the conference has also reunited me with Comrade Luyanda. He is part of the 76th generation that crossed over into Lesotho and put Lesotho on fire. I'll speak about that generation in a moment. The title of my speech is My Friend and Comrade of 47 Years, Bob Edgar, 1978-79 to 2025. Our theme with my fellow panelists is Bob Edgar, activist, scholar, Lesotho and South Africa. It gives me great pleasure, and it is indeed my honor to present under this theme. My presentation can be regarded as a political sociology perspective on this subject matter, and it has 3 areas of focus which are raised in the form of questions about my ongoing areas of inquiry and research interests that are informed by my experience and engagement with Bob Edgar. The questions that are raised are the following. Who are we, this generation? Who are we? What did we want then in the 70s and 80s? Thirdly, what do we want now in this era of Trump and Trumpism? What do we want now? that question must also be answered by the next generation, including the Gen Z, the angry and restless Gen Z who are responsible for us coming to this venue, which actually is quite pleasant. Huh? Thanks, Prof. Neo, for your management of logistics. In addressing these questions, we are in this context inspired by the teachings of Frantz Fanon, that great and well-known anti-colonial and anti-imperialist political philosopher and writer whose insights are still inspiring and very relevant indeed. We quote Frantz Fanon's famous observation in his seminal book, The Wretched of the Earth. Each generation must, out of relative obscurity, discover its mission, fulfill it, or betray it. Each generation must, out of relative obscurity, discover its mission, fulfill it, or betray it. Hence, each generation has a unique responsibility and role to identify and act on its own purpose. Committed activists and change agents call that a life of purpose. The key dimensions of Fanon's thesis can be summarized as follows. The discovery of its mission by each generation, since this mission is not necessarily inherited. Fulfillment or betrayal of that mission, the generation can either succeed in fulfilling its mission or fail by betraying it. The context or circumstances under which this happens differ depending upon specific historical situations. In our case in Southern Africa in the 1970s and 80s, the liberation struggles unfolding in Southern Africa provided the context for us to discover our mission. Our understanding of Fanon's thesis, as summarized above, is what makes it so relevant in discussing the three questions posed above. Hence, the call for new generations to take up their specific challenges, including the born frees, who are currently active at the University of the Free State and responsible for our change of venue to here. These are drivers of change as the Generation Z. And this generation is restless, networked, and very busy. Madagascar, Nepal, Kenya. But as you know, it started with the Arab Spring. So who are we? In this presentation, we identify 4 generations which are relevant to this political and sociological context for the life and work of Bob Edgar in Lesotho and South Africa. Firstly, the Thabo Mofusengana group that has been mentioned by my comrade Luyanda. Ndade Bob always says he regards Thabo Mofusengana almost as a father figure. And we know that he was one of the earliest members of the South African Communist Party and also an active link between the South African Communist Party and Lekgotla la Bafo, the Commoners League, which was established in Lesotho in the early part of the last century, and that Ndade Bob has also written about. Then it is the Bob Edgar group, the son of Thabo Mofusengana, sitting over there. Then it is the Tito Mboweni group and Sehwai Santu group. Tito was my student at the University of Lesotho in the 1980s, but we were the same age, actually. And then lastly, the Born Frees. The Nile years in Southern Africa. Chair, I'll quickly run through this. Bob Edgar came to Lesotho when I was a student in 1978 at the National University of Lesotho to conduct research. This was after the 1976 Soweto student struggles, when generations of students from Lesotho, Zimbabwe, South Africa, Namibia, East Africa, and West Africa, and even England attended the NUL from 76 onwards. Luyanda was part of the mix out there. We used to meet at demonstrations and solidarity meetings. The emergence of NAL after the breakup of UBLS, the University of Botswana and Swaziland in 75, created more space for South Africans, exiles and non-exiles, Zimbabweans and Namibians. Phumzile Mlambo Ncuka was my classmate from 1976. We were all students of Professor Njabulo Ndebele. Then. So this is the context. And it is in this context that now activists and students formed SASAC, and which later transformed into CASAS. SASAC was Southern African University Students, Southern African Students Solidarity and Action Committee. It changed to, which was established in 1976. It changed to CASAS in 1978, April, on the advice of Comrade Chris Hani, because we had a problem, we had quarreled with the SRC, something that I'm no more proud of actually, because March 1978, Prof Robert BoB Edgar dies, and SASAC was charged with organizing commemorations. And then a big debate happened because we had already organized a commemoration for Steve Biko, 77, whether Robert BoB should be honored. Then a debate was sparked by Chris Hani, who was watching us closely, that comrades debate whether PAC is an anti-imperialist organization. We are second-year students. What is imperialism? So he then lectured us the history of the ANC up to the 50s, the Defiance Campaign, Freedom Charter, 1959, the breakaway of PAC, and so on and so forth. Mind you, I came from a BCP family, which was very close to PAC, and I found this profoundly traumatizing that PAC is being seen in these terms. But ultimately, SASAC, our subcommittee, refused to commemorate Robert BoB's situation. We were banned by the SRC for dividing students. And so we rushed to Chris Hani. What do we do now? We are banned. He said, turn yourself into CASAS, just turn the acronyms around. So we became a Committee of Action and Solidarity of Southern African students. The 5 key members were Rock Ajulu, Hango, Mzimkulu Gwenche, who was the only one of one of us from Robben Island, Judy Kimball, the historian, and myself from Lesotho. Ultimately, the high point of the solidarity activities was the proposal to annual Senate for Nelson Mandela to be awarded his very first honorary doctorate of laws by any university in the world. The proposal was initiated by Chris Hani, June 1979, who requested CASAS to take the proposal forward with Senate. We lobbied Senate for Professor Njabulo Ndebele, and ultimately on the 29th of September 1979, Dr. Nelson Mandela got his first honorary award. It was collected on behalf of the Mandela family and ANC by Comrade Alfred Nzo, a Secretary General who flew in from Lusaka. In the 1980s, I'm now ending, Chair, BoB Edgar and myself met now as academic lecturers. He came as a Fulbright Fellow, as Dr. Posa has indicated, from between 84 and 86. We now collaborated as academics, and I was in the politics department teaching Tito Mboweni and his group, Vusi Pikoli, Mwaku Ramatlodi, that generation. And our high point was to invite Bishop Tutu. You remember, Dr. BoB, which was quite something. He had just been awarded the Nobel Peace Prize in 1984. So we invited him to come and give a lecture in Lesotho on prospects for peaceful change in South Africa. It was at the height of the emergency in South Africa. This went off very well indeed. We were members of the General Studies lecture series. In the 1980s, we still collaborated with Dr. BoB, and into the 90s in various capacities, whether in Lesotho when he visited or when I was in Washington, D.C., or later in the 90s when we met in South Africa when he was in Cape Town. Okay, What did we want then? I'll summarize. Because this indicates my understanding of why it has taken 4 years. What glue brought us together for 47 years? One, we share universal and Ubuntu values, by which I mean transnational humanity and shared humane values, which are fully aligned with Ubuntu values. We share internationalism and global solidarity for humane causes and as activists. Comradeship in practice and scholarship. Comrade Rand has already indicated the works of Dr. Bob. And lastly, what do we want now? We don't have time to respond to this, but in addressing this question, I will conclude by saying I will outline our creed and perspective as African futurists. That's how I now describe myself. I'm tired of current Africa. I want the new Africa. The best way to predict our future is to create it now. Now the question is how and when. Of course, this is work in progress. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So many questions coming from this panel. Where is the beef? It's a very... But then what do we want now? Who are we? And what do we want? These questions will be answered. We have time to our credit. I'm sorry I had to pressure the panelists to stay on time. But now we have time to talk, and I think offhand, the panelists will still have time if we ask them questions now. So, observations, questions, and thank you. The microphone, please. I think it will be good if we introduce ourselves so that the panelists will know who is asking the questions.
Okay, thank you. In this context, I'll introduce myself as Eleanor Sisulu, who wrote the biography of Walter and Albertina Sisulu. And say it's such a privilege and honor to be here. And I'm so thankful to the organizers, because I think this tribute to Bob was long overdue. And I've been feeling this way since the passing of Gail Gerhardt. And in paying tribute to Bob, I also want to mention Gail Gerhardt as one of those people, historians who went beyond the history and became part of the families of the people who they were studying. And I want to acknowledge the Bob and Gail as two people who really helped me when I was doing the research for the biography. And something I really, they really gave me insights which I wouldn't have got elsewhere. Bob was very much loved by Walter Sisulu, and they got on very well. And I have good memories of him visiting, and we were reminiscing yesterday about Muammar Gaddafi's visit to Soweto when he came to visit Walter Sisulu. And he asked Tata about Mufusanyana and Limbede, which really shocked us. And fortunately, there was the book right there by Bob and Luyanda about Anton Limbede, and Tata was able to give it to Gaddafi. So somewhere in Gaddafi's archives, there is this book. And thankfully, the history has traveled very far. Thank you.
Thank you, Elena, for those nice words. I think the panelists will have time to maybe add on a few of the things which you have raised. Please, more hands. We have about 30 minutes, please. Let us share our doubts, do some inputs. Professor Neil.
Yeah, thank you. I'm saying this because Dr. Posa is here. I thought Professor Edgar, no, Professor Adonandal will mention it, but we have nominated Professor Robert Edgar for one of the African National Congress award. We have submitted it with tangible factors that Professor Edgar has done, and you can all hear. Ndate Posa didn't want to say it when I was interviewing you. I wanted you to say it publicly, so it's recorded. So let's see if we can take that further. I think it's very important for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you. One of the panelists wants to ask a question. A question? All right, please. You bring the question microphone this side.
Is this for the nominations coming up in November? Yes. Have you signed the application? Do you want further additions? I have it. I'm saying I can give you further motivations. Thank you.
Thank you. At the back, sorry, I have to do this in order to see the back. Questions, observations? I don't know which generation we are, but are we okay. We should ask things which happened even in our absence. Some of us were born in the years you were mentioning there, but we can, as historians, we can be in the league. There is a hand at the back there. The gentleman in white shirt, did you put your hand up? Okay. All right. We have more time. I'm going to pass the microphone to the panelists. Maybe each in 5 minutes, recap the things that they may have missed in their presentation, and then we end this panel. Probably while sitting. Where is the microphone, please?
I had actually submitted an application to the presidency to request the presidency to confer the order of the companions of Tambo to Bob. Unfortunately, they never answer when they say no. When I did earlier on for another friend, they answered after 3 years and they awarded. So I kept hoping and hoping and hoping until the hope disappeared. So can I suggest that somebody else takes up that? Thank you.
Thank you for that suggestion. Maybe Professor Neo and the Department of History colleagues will engage with that position.
Thank you very much, Chair. No specific questions were addressed to my input, actually. But I was just telling the deposer here that I'm intrigued by how they met with Dade Bob in 1984 during that US trip. I always wondered what brought them together, actually. Now I know. What brought them.
It is the beef in the beggar.
Yeah, no, thank you, Chair. I'm covered.
Okay. Now we know where the beef is, in the burger. Ladies and gentlemen, I think what we gather from this, personally from this panel, is that as we are living history, and when an opportunity comes for us to be part of that history, part of those events, we should not stay at home. Otherwise, this gentleman will not be able to remember the good things that Bob Edgar did. So it tells us that we must be active in the events that occur in our time, so that when they become history, our friends will be able to identify us in those events. I think there is a hand that has come up now. I was about to conclude this panel, but we will give that chance since we are still within the time.
Thank you to the panel. My name is Mochuta Motlame from Northwest University. My question is more of, you know, like the transnational networks that you've created. When I look at them as a young emerging scholar, I'm marveling at the transnational networks and looking at our, you know, even if you say history departments across Southern Africa, we've become inward looking, which means like it's very rare to find a Bob Edgar in, you know, a history department, like whether it's Lesotho or Botswana or South Africa. So my question to you is that, do you think that the way you've met all of you, do you think if it was not for the struggle against apartheid, you would not have met? And in the sense that for us today, because there's not, you know, it's no longer like in the past, we find it difficult to create these networks across countries. Thank you.
The question is for three of you.
Well, for my generation of the 70s, I think the 70s in Southern Africa was unique, actually, because a confluence of factors came together. The liberation of Mozambique and Angola, the impact of Steve Biko, Black Consciousness, and the Soweto Uprising, the generation of students who came over into exile, including Boluyanda, then Bondade Bob, transnational humanists coming to Southern Africa, were all part of the mix. So it was almost a unique circumstance, confluence of factors of the 70s and 80s. But still, I have come to realize that Dade Bob has great networking skills in his own way. Yes. He is amazing. The other day, he just shared a photo of himself, Litiani, and Harry Belafonte. I said, now, how did you manage this one? Dade Bob, huh? Where did you meet Harry Belafonte? And in this cool, you know, photo. He is an amazing networker, as I'm sure you've heard. So it also is a particular trait that he has. And he brings out the best in all of us, I think. He does that. Thank you.
Gentlemen, you want to add something?
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
Bob, Dad, you'll always be our friend on this continent. You must never stop writing. Continue to write and write, whether standing up or on a wheelchair. Continue to write. We wish you all the best. We pray for long life for you. And personally, on behalf of my family, I say big thank you. Thank you, Bob. We love you.
There was a question about our mission as young people. You know, actually I thought I knew Bob the longest. Then I discover amongst the three of us, I'm the one who knew Bob the least. I've known Bob for 40 years. Lady Matthew has known Bob for 47 years. How many years? 40 years. Oh, okay. You've known him for 41 years because you've met him in 1984. 84. I met him in 1985. And it's actually 40 years this year that I've known Bob. So he's known Bob for 41 years. He's known Bob for... can't even count from 78. But there are professors here. I mean, I met Professor Chris Saunders, who became my professor at UCT at Bob Edgar's house. So it's very true that Bob is a networker. I mean, I met all the South Africans, at Bob Edgar's house. You met all these great people at Bob Edgar's house. It was a wonderful place to be. I mean, I've been very, very fortunate. When I met Bob, Bob was interested in AP. I think at that stage, his mind was not formed whether he wanted to write or do anything about, AP. I was interested in writing about Limbede, so we started working on that project. After working on the project, it was automatic that would work on AP, very, very automatic. And I learned a lot. I mean, Bob imparts the skill without demanding fees from me, without demanding it. So actually giving himself to this whole project, giving his own money. I mean, Bob would travel throughout the country interviewing people. We visited the Limbede family. We stayed with his friends in Pietermaritzburg. We went all over the country. But we also did the same thing in the US. I mean, we've traveled all over the country in the US together. And Bob can sit in that car and drive, It's amazing what type of energy he has in that seemingly frail body of his. But Bob has a lot of energy to write. But one thing I must say about Bob that I find very intriguing is his love of teaching. I mean, when Bob stands up in front of students, he really comes alive. You can actually see that there is an injection of life in him. I mean, he stands there for 1 hour without flinching, giving a talk to the students. Just lastly, I was in Lesotho from 1978, and I thought I could read Marx and Engels. I don't need to go to school. There was really no need. I didn't think there was a need. I could read Franz Fanon, I could read Engels, I could read everything. But I met Bob, and Bob invited Leonard Thompson, the author, to come and talk about Mshweshwe. That man was going to give a 1 hour lecture. That man spoke for 60 minutes. 60 minutes exactly, and he covered Mshweshwe completely. I walked off that room and I said to myself, this is what I'm going to learn at school. I'm going to university to go and learn how to do exactly what that man did. I may not have succeeded, but it is still my ambition to be able to do that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And for the question of the contemporary inside-looking history departments, the question has been answered by networking and humanism. Ladies and gentlemen, please free your hands and give these gentlemen, contemporaries of Bob Edgar, a resounding applause. And with that, we have come to the end.
Quotes on that. We have another booklet with biographies. Because of time, we did not read them, but all of them, you can look at another copy and read their biographies. We are going to go for lunch now, and we want to be back by 2 o'clock, right? Izwelethu. So that Professor Nancy Clark, who was Bob's colleague at the University of Los Angeles, can get on. What else, Izwelethu? Oh, lunch is at 4. Let's go and eat and try to come back on time. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Can they? They cannot. Hmm? Can you remove the aux again and we test? Remove the aux and test. 1 2 1 2. Can they hear? No, not you. I'm at the back. Thanks. Can they hear on the visual? Is it still nothing?
Someone's going to talk and then I'm going to answer her questions. Yeah, the next session. No, I'm fine. Where can I see her? Oh, where am I going to find her? Oh, okay. Oh, wow. Oh, yeah, I can see her.
Did you want to do something, Prof, here?
Are you having fun, Dade Bob? Are you having fun? You are? Are you having fun? You are? Are you having fun? Are you enjoying? You are?
Remembering a lot of things about,
Yeah. So I've challenged this professor that now he must join me. He must have some dreadlocks, you know. You see, he still have lots of hair there. So we'll see if he's laughing. And So we're still waiting. Are we connected?
You have a mic I can hold?
Yeah, yeah, we'll give you a mic. Okay, you are doing now the sign. Thanks. Okay. Let me introduce you to oh, you're meeting. Dade Bob. I know he's an archivist. He was at the National Archives.
Testing. Professor Clark, can you hear me when I'm speaking on this microphone? Check if she confirms. She can hear. Okay, Professor Dondolo, can you hear when I'm speaking on this microphone? Can he confirm that as well? Okay, thank you.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back from the lunch. We are now going to another keynote. The title is Bob R. Edgar, UCLA, University of California, Los Angeles, classmate and instructor, African History, Professor Nancy Clark, Louisiana State University, USA. I'm going to be chairing this one. Let me read the bio for Professor Clark. I'm going to start with a joke. Last year, they drove me from Professor Nancy Clark and Professor William Woga. They drove me from University of California, Santa Barbara. I hear Oprah lives there and the Prince, right, and Meghan. Very beautiful place. If they can drag you and you wake up there, you'll think you are in Cape Town. So they drove me from Santa Barbara to UCLA. It's a dream to see UCLA because of our professors, Mazizi Kunene, who was there, Professor Kositsile, Professor Ben Magubane, who was my boss at SADET, and Professor Robert Edgar. So Professor Nancy Clark is the author of several books on African and South African history, including Voices of Sharpeville, The Long History of Racial Injustice with William Woga, South Africa, The Rise and Fall of Apartheid, Manufacturing Apartheid, and the 2 volumes, Africa and the West. Dr. Clark has earned numerous academic honors, including awards from the National Endowment for the Humanities, Social Science Research Council, and the Fulbright Days Research Program. Professor Clark taught at California Polytechnic State University from 1989 to 2003. And she served as the Dean of the Honors College and the Cromont Professor of History at Louisiana State University. From 2003 to 2017, she earned her undergraduate degree in history at UCLA and her PhD in history at Yale University, where she specialized in South African history. Professor Nancy Clark, it's your time now to have a conversation. And then I will do a question and answer after your session. Here's the man of the hour. Can you see him? Can you see Professor Robert Edgar? Which camera?
Oh, okay. I appreciated all the the comments this morning, and it brings back so many memories. But Luyanda made a comment earlier, greet the imperialists for me. Now, where does that come from? Well, I used to meet APM Da in Mafeking in Lesotho. And there was an old South African Communist Party leader, Joe Moklohelwa, who used to speak, and we talk about a soapbox orator, and he quite literally had a box, and he would stand on it and preach to the crowd. So when he learned that I was an American and I was going back to the United States, he said, greet the imperialists for me. Now, I know who the imperialists are, and I'm not intimate with them, but it's just one of many episodes that I experienced. But just to say, I'm not going to dwell on everything that was said this morning, but the important thing is that I'm a teacher, but I'm also a learner. And so over the years, all the people who appeared on the panel taught me things about South Africa, about the history. So when I get involved in a project, it's always to learn, but it's also to connect with families, with communities, and to sort of broaden what I'm doing. So it's not, I don't write for other academics, although I am an academic, but I'm hoping to reach a wider group of people. So I'm going to hand it over to Nancy, who I've known since I taught her as an undergraduate at the University of California back in, I think she'll remember 1973, but I was a postgraduate student also. So let's have Nancy start her presentation, and then she's going to ask me some questions as well.
Professor Nancy Clark, you can start now. Thank you. Prof. Nancy, you are muted. Prof Nancy, you are muted. You are not.
You are not. No?
Oh, we can hear you now.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you. Can you increase the volume from you there?
Can you hear me? Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you. Okay, can you hear me? Okay. Okay, can you hear me? Okay. Okay. Okay, can you hear me? There's an echo here. Okay. Okay. Okay, can you hear me? There's an echo here. Okay. Okay. Okay, can you hear me? There's an echo here. Okay. Okay. Okay, can you hear me? There's an echo here. Okay. Okay. Okay, can you There's an echo here. Okay. Okay. Okay, can There's an echo here. Okay. Okay. Okay, do you hear the echo? Echo here. Okay. Okay. Okay, do you hear the echo? Echo here. Okay. Okay. Okay, do you hear the echo? Echo here. Okay. Okay. Do you hear the echo?
Take down your volume, the volume of the computer. Don't mute it, just turn down the volume of the
Do you hear
computer.
the echo?
It will be at the bottom. The volume will be at the bottom.
We're trying to remove the echo.
Okay, I can turn down. I turn down the. Let's see the volume on my computer. Turn down. Is that better? Oh. Okay, I'll see you. Bye.
Thank you.
Bye. Is that better? Oh. Okay, I'll see you. Bye.
Thank you.
Bye. Is that better? Oh. Okay, I'll see you. Bye.
Thank you.
Bye. Is that better? Oh. Okay, I'll see you. Bye. Bye. Is that better? Oh. Okay, I'll see you. Bye. Okay, let me start again. Should I start? Okay, let me start again. Should I start? Okay. Okay, as Bob mentioned, we met a long time ago. I've known Bob through many iterations of both of our careers and our interests in South Africa. But today I just want to talk a little bit about our experiences at UCLA in the early 1970s that I think probably shaped both of us as historians. I met Bob at UCLA actually in 1971 in a class on East African history that was taught by Terence Ranger, and in which Bob was the teaching assistant. That was my introduction to African history, and it made a huge impression on me. Little did I know at the time that Terence Ranger was speaking from experience and his own groundbreaking research on what were then known as nationalist movements in Zimbabwe and Tanzania. Bob, as the TA, was very patient. I remember him politely asking me why I had included a full bibliography, but no footnotes on my research paper. From the moment I took that class, I discovered also that UCLA offered more than that class. It offered an unparalleled education in all things African, from art to public health and urban planning, with African history forming the core of the African Studies program. When I continued into the African Studies MA program, I had the opportunity to take more classes with Terence Ranger, Ned Alpers, and Boniface Albachiri. But the class that set me on a path into South African history was one that was taught by Bob, as he said, in 1973. I will never forget that he showed the documentary Last Grave at Dimbaza, filmed by the PAC activist Nana Mahomo. That film made a huge impression on me and it still does to this day. It provided a stark contrast between the hopefulness of African independence that was sweeping the rest of the continent at that time, and the unbearable oppression and cruelty of apartheid in the 1970s. To put that period in context, I would like to provide some background to the UCLA that Bob and I both experienced in the 1970s. Interest in Africa was growing on campuses across the United States at that time, partly fueled by the fall of colonialism and the emergence of independent African nations in the 1950s, and later in the 1960s by the experiences of American Peace Corps volunteers who worked in Africa and gained firsthand knowledge of African societies. But it must also be noted that there was certainly another side to U.S. interest in Africa, specifically fears during the Cold War that the newly independent states would, quote, go communist, cutting off important sources of raw materials and markets for U.S. goods. Out of those Cold War fears, funding was poured into U.S. universities to study African nations and cultures, leading to the founding of African Studies centers across the nation. The oldest one was established in 1953 at Boston University with funding from the U.S. Department of Education. Not long after, in 1959, UCLA became home to the University of California system-wide African Studies Center. By the early 1960s, there were nearly 200 African students at UCLA. Following the Sharpeville Massacre and the banning of the ANC and PAC in 1960, the campus began to welcome both academics and also students fleeing South Africa. Leonard Thompson, A.C. Jordan, Leo Cooper, and his wife Hilda Cooper were among those who came to UCLA at that time. Following them were some students who were also in danger, escaping South Africa. The sociologists Ben Magubani and Anthony Ngubu, for example, followed Leo Cooper from Natal to UCLA in 1961, and the historian Martin Legacies followed Leonard Thompson from UCT. Magubani, Ngubu, and Legacies formed the South African Freedom Action Committee in Los Angeles in 1964 and staged protests there against banks that traded in South African Kruger rands. They called for tourism boycotts of South Africa, and they staged a hunger strike following the convictions in the Rivonia trial. As Legacies later described the hunger strike, he said, to increase our impact on Beverly Hills, which as you all know is a highly a rich area in Los Angeles, we constructed a replica of a 90-day detention cell on the back of a borrowed pickup truck. With our hunger strikers, that being Legacies himself, sitting inside the detention cell, they parked in front of the Tourist Corporation for parts of the day and evening to protest the Rivonia trial convictions. Other exiles, such as Nana Mahomo and Ruth First, also visited campus, providing a very stimulating environment for students. In 1968, the director of the African Studies Center at UCLA, Dr. James Coleman, began to seriously expand the number and quality of the faculty. Coleman was a political scientist who had studied Nigeria's movement for independence, but he had also spent over 12 years as an administrator at some of the newly emerging African universities, including Makerere, the University of Nairobi, and at the University of Dar es Salaam in Tanzania, where he met Terence Ranger and two historians who would follow him back to UCLA and energize the Young African Studies program. They were not the first historians of Africa at UCLA. Following Leonard Thompson's 1962 to 1969, and John S. Galbraith, a Commonwealth historian who taught the courses in South African history. With the later arrival of Ranger and Alpers, soon followed by Chris Arrett and Bonifacio Bachiri, the entire continent was covered by area specialists. Bob, this was the point when you and I both came to UCLA. I was an undergraduate and you were enrolled in the PhD program. I developed my interest in African history after taking the class with Ranger. Why did you choose to come to UCLA, and what was your first impression of UCLA? Why did you choose to come to UCLA, and what was your first impression of UCLA? Why did you choose to come to UCLA, and what was your first impression of UCLA? Why did you choose to come to UCLA, and what was your first impression of UCLA? Why did you choose to come to UCLA, and what was your first impression of UCLA? Why did you choose to come to UCLA, and what was your first impression of UCLA?
Hello?
Let me tell you a little something about myself. I grew up in a small town in Oklahoma. Now, Oklahoma is I won't go into the history of the state, but it's a very conservative state, like the Orange Free State. It has many similarities. But I went to college in Oklahoma, and in my third year as an undergraduate, I decided I wanted to study Africa and African history. And they taught no courses on Africa at that university, Oklahoma State. And I started reading Basil Davidson. That was what was available at the time. So I let my history faculty know that I wanted to study Africa. And one of them came up to me and he said, "You must read this article by the British Oxford historian, Hugh Trevor Roper." And what was said in that article? Africa has no history. And at the time in the late 1960s, I was rebelling against everything. And I just said, okay, that's what Professor Trevor Roper says. I'm going to prove him wrong. So I went to Indiana University for a year for a master's. And then while I was at Indiana learning about African history, I became interested in Southern Africa. And in the United States at that time, there were two places I could go. One was Yale University and the other was UCLA. And I was attracted by the range of courses that were offered at UCLA. And so when it came to deciding on a project, I was very much influenced by Professor Ranger, who had written a major book on Shona Ndebele rebellions in Zimbabwe and southern Rhodesia in the 1890s. But he also taught a seminar called The History of African Religions. And he was trying to historicize how African religions, whether it be traditional or universal, how they evolved over the years. And that's when I came across the Israelites, and I know we have somebody from the Israelite group here today, but I came across them and an incident called the Bullhook Massacre in May 1921 near Queenstown in the Eastern Cape. And you know how I got to the story? Well, there were two books that became kind of Bibles for me. One was by Eddie Rue called Time Longer Than Rope. And the other was the recent book in the early 70s by Jack and Ray Simons, Class and Color in South Africa. And they uncovered a whole range of new facts about South African history that were not being covered elsewhere. But they opened up, for me, they opened up names and events that I was later to research. So the Bullhook Massacre became the subject of my dissertation. The other thing I'll mention, Nancy, is that Professor Ranger wrote a book in the early 70s called The African Voice in Southern Rhodesia. And again, this was, for the time, it was revolutionary. Africans had voices. Africans had agency. They actually did things. But that book became really important for me because over the last 50 or so years, almost everything that I've produced has been about revealing or exposing African voices. And so one of the things that I've tried to do in some of my books is to not just talk about people, but to provide the documentary evidence. So in a book I did on Lekgotla Lebafo in Lesotho, I brought out the primary evidence. So the books that I've done with Luyanda Msumza on Anton Lembede and APM Da, again, the idea was, here is an archive of material that most people aren't familiar with. So let's put it out there so somebody can read a book by me and they'll see what I think, but I also include a number of primary documents. And you can judge for yourself. You can assess them yourself. I've gone on too much, Nancy, but go ahead.
Bob, there was something that you had mentioned to me that at that time in the early 70s, both Ranger and Ned Alpers were coming from the University of Dar es Salaam and what was then referred to as the Dar School, where there were a group of historians, anthropologists, economists, sociologists, who were also all pursuing the idea of African agency in history. And I know that you had mentioned that as a graduate student, you did not feel any pressure from either Ranger or Alpers to follow a particular line of thought or of study. Can you talk a little bit more about how Ranger and Alpers affected your cohort of students, of PhD students at that time?
Yes, well, they came out of a number of social scientists went to the University of Dar es Salaam in the late 60s and early 70s. And they started a school, it was called the Dar School, but it was very revolutionary in terms of the topics and issues they were dealing with. So one of the other people at the university was Walter Rodney. I think many of you are familiar with him. So later at UCLA, he came to give lectures. So that was very important. He was a very close personal friend of Edward Alpers. But they didn't try, even though they had a DAR school, they didn't try to impose that on graduate students at UCLA. We pretty much were told, you choose what interests you. You go. And so in terms of my cohort at UCLA in the 1970s, they went off and did a whole range of topics. And I think it enriched the place. So I know here in South Africa, maybe there are some places where they push you in a certain direction, but for the most part, I hope people are giving people space to explore different areas. I'll also mention, and I think this is a question Nancy was going to pose, were there other South African students at UCLA during that period? Well, she's mentioned the 1960s, but in the 1970s, I was a classmate of Madoda Hlatshwayo, who came from the Durban area, was an ANC activist, and had gone into exile early on. Another was Ntongela Masalela. That name may register with some of you. Another was Ntongela Masalela. Gone into exile. That name may register with some of you. Another was Ntongela Masalela. Gone into exile. That name may register with some of you. Another was Ntongela Masalela. Gone into exile. That name may register with some of you. Another was Ntongela Masalela. Okay. But Masalela's family, his father was a medical doctor. They left South Africa in the 1950s for Kenya. His father was a medical doctor. They left Ntongela was brilliant. He was studying psychology. He introduced me to Frantz Fanon. But his passion was literature, African literature, and South African writers. And so he's very important because he has a website. I hope you'll look it up on, I think it's called The New Africans, but it's about, it contains tremendous amount of information about black writers in South Africa. We also had any number of visitors. Nancy mentioned some of them. Some of them came on campus, some of them off campus. Nana Mahoma was one of them. Mazisi Kunene, the Zulu poet, came to UCLA around 74, 75, and he was very influential on, not only on campus, but internationally. But we had a range of people come on campus to speak. This name may jar you a bit, but Mangasutu Buthelezi came on campus. But Nana Mahoma came, and I became a good friend of his for many years. And I even met another character, not on the UCLA campus, but in Los Angeles, Jimmy Kruger. Now, Jimmy Kruger became the Minister of Justice in South Africa in the mid-1970s. And of course, he was infamous for a comment he made about the death of Steve Biko. But Kruger tried to convince me that South Africa had a fair land division. And he said, no, 50% of the land is owned by Africans. Well, he was including Botswana, Swaziland, and Lesotho in that 50%. But I didn't meet Jimmy after that. But it just showed you that there was a range of people that you were interacting with, and of course I was just learning as much as possible. Nancy?
I wondered, during the years you were at UCLA, the students there became increasingly involved in supporting the African liberation movements. And the African Activist Association was founded in 1968, and the student journal Ufahamu was first published in 1970. The African Activist Association became very involved with efforts to get the University of California to divest its holdings related to South Africa. How were you involved with any of these efforts?
Yeah, Ufahamu is a Swahili word that means understanding. And this activist association started the journal, and it was totally run by postgraduate students. So I got on the editorial board. So we were in charge of everything from editing to soliciting articles. I'm mentioning this because that may be something that you may want to do in South Africa. And Ufahamu is still in existence. But we started getting publications, articles from very prominent academics because they enjoyed the fact that we were providing an alternative perspective. And I got a letter when I was on the editorial board from a prominent academic in England, and he said, would you all be interested in taking on a journal on African political economy? And I had to explain to him, I said, you know, we're graduate students. We're not prepared. We do this with a very small budget. We published it, we handled all the subscriptions, everything by ourselves. That inquiry eventually led to the Review of African Political Economy, which was founded in the late 70s, early 1980s. But again, it just showed you the initiative that postgraduate students can take on academic issues. Nancy?
Okay, Bob, I've just got one more question for you. I recall, I'd like you to talk about your interaction with Dr. Boudelezi at Howard University.
Okay, say that again?
Your interaction with Dr. Boudelezi at Howard University.
Your interaction with Legacies at Howard.
Oh, okay. I went to Howard University in 1977. That was really my first teaching job, regular teaching job. And one of my classmates at UCLA, Bob Cummings, was chair of the African Studies program there. And he and I were good friends. So he said, well, I'm looking for this and that. Would you be interested in joining my department? And I was very pleased to do it, but Howard was a very different experience than I had before because it was a historically black university. So most of the students were African American, but we also had a large international student body. So I remember being out in the, we had a lawn on the university, and we'd have West Indian students playing cricket on the lawn. But we had what I liked about Howard was that it was a place where you met people from all over the world. And you had top-notch scholars studying African American history and society, but you also had a real commitment to African issues and the diaspora. We also had some very committed people at UCLA to the liberation movement in Southern Africa. Ron Walters, for instance, was in political science, and he was someone who was very committed on South African issues. But we also had activists in Washington, D.C. Some of them were attached to my department in terms of community outreach. And so they sort of drew me along. My attitude was, I want to be as helpful as possible, but you all are really driving the anti-apartheid movement. I remember a couple of years ago, I was sitting with Andre Odendaal and Peter Hain in Cape Town, and we were talking about people who became involved in the anti-apartheid struggle. And I said, you know, I was really a foot soldier. I wasn't a leader. I was just somebody who was there, and if something was happening, I was participating. And I think that's what UCLA, what Howard University brought to liberation struggles in Southern Africa. And of course, in the mid-1980s, everything exploded in the United States with anti-apartheid activity. There was a takeover, a sit-in at the South African Embassy on the eve of one of our holidays, Thanksgiving, in November. And that brought forth a long period of protests, not only in Washington, D.C., but nationally as well. Nancy?
This is the time to open it up to the audience if they have any questions.
Professor Nancy, I was enjoying it. I was in a class, so this was very, very interesting. A lot of South Africans were mentioned. I also understand O.R. Tambo came and talked at Howard, maybe at UCLA as well. Last year when I was at UCLA, I was so moved that when all these people you were talking about were at UCLA, I think I was doing high school, still dreaming to play for Manchester United, the real Manchester United. I don't know how I got into this business, but these professors are to be blamed. Can we take questions, comments on what Professor Nancy has talked about, and comments from Dr. BoB Edgar? Any hands? Brother Robert?
Sorry, Prof. Because we are using one camera, can when the
must
person is asking a question, just to stand up a bit so that we can be able to
must
pick
come
it
in.
up. No, it's fine even if he.
This is fine? Or? Yes, thank you. Okay. Okay, so question, Bob. There was a question about Buthelezi, but also others in the liberation struggle who were coming through DC, particularly in the 80s. And I want to connect your impressions of those folk coming through with your writing, that collection, the Edgar collection of sanctioning apartheid, and how that came about. So how your activism as a foot soldier, but also witnessing various people coming through, and also the writing of that work, sanctioning apartheid, and what motivated you to write that.
You know, I'm being reminded of a whole range of people who came through Washington, D.C. at that period. So Oliver Tambo came to address the African Studies Association in 1982, and we invited him on the spur of the moment to come there. And so I spent a day just sort of observing him. But we had many other people. Thabo Mbeki was a regular visitor. Chris Hani came. And of course, I connected with Chris because his father lived for many years in Lesotho, and he ran a tea room, a small cafe in Mafeking. And APM Da used to take me there to have a cup of tea. And so we talked with Hani's father, Elizabeth Mafeking, who was a prominent trade unionist, also worked there at the cafe. So we got to know her. And incidentally, I really haven't touched on Lesotho. I spent 2 years teaching in Lesotho at the university, and as I look back on my career, those 2 years were probably the most important years teaching, because they exposed me not only to the classroom, but to the struggle that was taking place, not only in Lesotho, but definitely in South Africa. So on a daily basis, I was interacting with, it was primarily ANC students on campus. And so some of them became very close personal friends of mine. Tito Mboweni was one of them. But that whole experience of being in Lesotho at a very, what's the word I want? So why? It was a very intense time. You all are having I think it's over now, the strike here at the university. Well, strikes at the National University of Lesotho, student strikes were regular, and with reason. So I'm quite used to that phenomenon. But the experience of the National University of Lesotho, in terms of the South African struggle, I think it's really crucial. And I'm sure there's a lot more to be written about what went on during that period.
Thank you. Do we have other questions, comments? I have a question, Professor Edgar and Professor Nancy. So in the relation between UCLA and South Africans who were there, Howard University, the South Africans who were there, Lesotho as well, within the framework of the Southern African liberation struggle. We have our PhD, MA honor students here. Maybe you can recommend some research gaps. We're gonna do this Saturday, but maybe now that we have touched that, maybe you can say something on that. Thank you.
Well, I think really the most important thing I can say is a challenge. I've contributed to, South Africa's history in my own way, but there are so many important stories out there that still need to be told. So as I look at this audience, some of you are postgraduate students. You can stick your finger in the ground in South Africa and a story will pop out. And so it's really up to you to take that initiative with people here at the university, but to go out and interact with communities, find out what stories there are to be told. That's what historians do. We tell stories. We try to give a little structure to the stories, but I just think for younger historians in South Africa, there's enormous possibilities all over the place. It could be here in Bloemfontein, but it could be in a dorp in the Free State. I met somebody from Welcome earlier. And so you never know where you're going to find these stories. And that's been the story of my life as a scholar as well. And the other thing I'll mention is, for your degrees, you've got to finish them within a certain time. When I start a project, oftentimes it takes 20 or 30 years before you see the book or whatever I'm producing. So I'm working on a book right now, which I started in 1995. I'm finally back to it. But it's about a British fellow, Christopher Gell. None of you will know his name, I think. But he was somebody who grew up in England. He went to India during the colonial period there. He was a British colonial officer. In 1945, as the Second World War is ending, he gets polio. Now, polio is a devastating disease. He was paralyzed from the neck down, and he had to live. He could only breathe with the help of what they call an iron lung. That did all the breathing for him. He had to stay in that iron lung 16 hours a day. Well, his wife was South African from Rustenburg, and in 1947, they came out to South Africa. The climate, they could actually afford to live here. And he's sitting in this iron lung, he's reading all the time, and he's reading about apartheid in 1948 onwards. And he becomes angry about what's going on. At any rate, for the next 10 years, he becomes a writer, writing letters to the editor, articles in journals. People from the Indian community come to him with information. And then he becomes someone that the ANC they identify with him because they can go to him and give him information, and he will write about it. And the security police couldn't do anything to him because he was in an iron lung. But Govind Mbeki became a very close confidant of him. So that's the book I'm writing now, but it's just something I was interested in many years ago, and have finally now put together all my information, and so I'm working on that book.
Thank you. Any other question?
Okay. Thank you, Prof. Edgar. My first question is the African Studies Association. You know, John Henry Clark, I think, and others, they left the association in 1968. So I want to get your impressions about that, to say, was it an inclusive organization, the African Studies Association, and what was your role in the African Studies Association? Then the second question is about, you know, I went to Wits University, the undergraduate program. We studied social history. And, you know, Wits has this tradition of, you know, the radical historians. But what you realize at Wits is that, you know, people like Bob Edgar were not on the curriculum. You know, people like Ben Makubani are not on the curriculum. But, you know, it's seen as this bastion of social and oral history. So I just want to understand from your viewpoint to say, what is the issue with putting, you know, other scholars who are also doing oral history but who don't come from the Wits tradition or the history workshop tradition? I just want to get your views on that. Thank you.
Can you repeat the question? Because I want to make sure.
Okay.
Because was he
Yeah.
talking about the African Studies Association?
Let me ask you the question, but I didn't want to be me the one to ask these questions, and you'll know why. He's my PhD student. He's just submitting his MA on my course in Mangope. He's brave. His questions, he's saying he went to Wits for undergrad in history. Wits history is said to be radical, but in the curriculum there's no Bob Edgar, there's no Ben Magubani. He mentions just two, but he can go on. I don't know what was the part on African Studies Association, Muchuta. Can you repeat it?
The African Studies Association, I was saying that what, you know, the other scholars like John Henry Clark, I think they left the association to form another association. So what is your view on the African Studies Association and whether it was inclusive or exclusive?
Does he mean the African Activists Association or the African
Studies Association.
Okay. The African Studies Association in the United States was formed in the late 1950s, I think. And as Nancy Clark was saying, it was a time when there was a growing interest in Africa, but in a Cold War environment. So the US government was providing funding for programs because they wanted to have knowledgeable people in all parts of the world. So initially, the African Studies Association was predominantly run by white scholars. And so there was a growing resentment on the part of black scholars that the African Studies Association was really not an open association. But in 1969, there was a blow-up with black scholars challenging the status quo. And it's really been over the last 55 years that the association has sort of broadened its scope. Now, Robert Vinson more recently was on the board of directors of the African Studies Association. But the makeup of the association now is much different than it was back in the 1960s. In fact, I think there are 2 South African scholars who are on the board of directors now. So it's become more international in terms of its representation. The other question is about, sorry,
Wits University.
who can supervise?
Yes, the other one is about Wits University. They have a radical history, but he, as an undergrad there was no Bob Edgar in the curriculum and Ben Makuba, and he just mentioned those 2.
Well, I look at it this way. Yeah, it's important to have a supervisor who can be familiar with the projects you're doing. I don't know that they have to be ideologically sympathetic to what you're doing. The important thing is that they're open to allowing you to pursue topics that, I may not feel comfortable with the topic, but I've supervised so many theses and dissertations over the decades that if you come to me with an idea, then we'll talk about it. I'll advise you on sources and try to guide you, but I won't try to impose a certain belief system on you. So, sure, it would be nice to have someone who's doing research that you can identify with, but to me, the most important thing is you find someone who will give you space and they won't try to impose a certain point of view on what you're doing. I don't know if that answers your question, but maybe you can hire me here at the Free State University. I'm open.
You still want to work? You still want to work, Professor Edgar? Okay. Is there another question? Professor Nancy Clark, we want you to do your closing remarks. Do we have any other question? Okay, Dr. Motsani, you must also tell Prof. Edgar your PhD.
Thank you, Prof. My name is Motsani Siabela from Ditsong National Museum of Cultural History. Prof, you've mentioned some of the male leaders of the liberation struggle that would have visited UCLA and Howard, and I'm curious about the female leaders that have visited and your impression of them when they visited both institutions.
You talked about the activists, South Africans who came to Howard, males. She wants to know if there are female leaders, activists who came to Howard, and what's your impression? She wrote a PhD on what's her name? Shope.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So I said she must publish it so we can teach it.
Yeah, I saw your abstract in the program. First of all, I've written 2 books on South African women. One is about a prophet leader in the Eastern Cape, Nonteta and Nkwenkwe, in the 1920s. And for her story, I had to dig out a lot of information from oral sources. And I learned about her in 1974, and then for a long period of time I was sort of prohibited from entering South Africa. So I didn't go back to the story until 1996. But people in her church group, the church group that was founded about her, they welcomed me back. They remembered me from 1974. I remember meeting a woman. She had been a teenager when I had visited this group in the Middle Drift area of the Ciskei in 1974. And she saw me again and she recognized me. She even remembered my name. And she said, "What happened to you?" Now, two things was, you left us and we didn't see you again for a long time. But the second thing was, hey, your hair is turning white. You used to be thin. And yeah. But at any rate, that started a relationship that the story is really quite fantastic about how we recovered her bones from a Pretoria cemetery where the government they had placed her in a mental asylum. But the second book is about Josie Mpama. I think I have a copy in my bag here. But she was an activist of the 1920s and 30s, 40s and 50s. So I'm sure she and Gertrude Chope knew each other. But she had joined the Communist Party in Potchefstroom in the late 1920s. I won't go on and on about her life, but the point is, these stories are out there. And so, you know, it requires people to identify people, especially the older generation, because they're, you know, we're losing them. So I'm very appreciative, because when I saw her, the obituary about her death more recently, I just thought, oh, I hope somebody has been interviewing her or writing about her. So I'm very glad to know about what you've been doing. But again, the whole range of topics about women in South Africa. I also might mention, in the United States, in the anti-apartheid movement, you know, we know about some of the top activists. So Randall Robinson, for instance. But really, I think the key people fueling the anti-apartheid movement in the US were women. So Adjoa Dunn, Gay McDougall, now I'm not remembering a name, but she became head of the American Committee on Africa. That, you know, again, there are works out there now where people are exploring that. So to me, this area of women, not only in politics, but in a whole range of other issues, that's just something that is waiting for people to get involved with.
Thank you. Professor Nancy Clegg, can you do your closing remarks?
Thank you. And Neo, I wanted to thank you for putting on this conference to honor Bob, because he embodies so much of what is good about our profession. And I would like to echo what he has stressed. He stressed it in all of his work also, is the focus on individuals and individuals who are important in history, although not always recognized in history.
Yeah, just one quick comment about Nancy and her husband, Bill Werger. A few years ago, well, it goes back longer, but they became interested in the Sharpeville massacre. And they decided we need to go back and restudy what happened. So they produced a book about the Sharpeville massacre, which totally exposes new stories about the Sharpeville massacre, how many people died in the massacre, of the community of Sharpeville. So I really have high regard for what Nancy and Bill did. And of course, they've established a relationship with the Sharpeville community. That's been an outgrowth of what they've done.
Okay, you have a question?
African leaders invited to Howard.
Okay. Yeah. Were there any African women invited to Howard? And oh, okay.
Liliwe Mabuza was the chief representative of the ANC in Sweden. Actually came over and took over the office of the ANC in the 1980s in Washington, D.C. She was actually invited at Howard. Danisa Baloyi, you know, she was a student leader within SAZIM. She was actually invited in different places. So it was a very common thing for people to be invited to different platforms in the US. But I think proportionally, of course, more men got invited. There's no doubt about that. But generally, there was an acceptance that women who are leaders are invited.
thank you. While we are still there, Professor Nancy, I want the team that helped this conference to happen to stand up. My boss, the Izwelethu, Tandoleti, he calls me all the time. Erin Fries here, Smith, all the way from Washington, D.C. He's a student of Bob as well. He was my colleague in the history department. She now heads research at the Library of Congress. So my student, you know, there's a contact there. Kanya, where's Kanya? Kanya is outside, and then Tapelo, and then Koli, and then so the entire Department of History, MA, the PhDs, and Tekane Solo is here as well. Yeah, so I don't know whether I should be happy that there was a strike so that we can have them, or what. But you know, the advantage is in different ways. So there's a team here, and I also want to thank those who are online. Professor Nakhla, you were sleeping when I was calling you, and Professor Ben Katen, and also in absentia, Professor Noor Nohodin from VEDS. She's involved in the conference on Palestine. But these teams have really helped us, and all the people international and in South Africa who were able to contribute. I mean, it's amazing The last 40 hours, I was not able to sleep. Kabo was saying to me, my wife was saying, just relax because there's nothing you can do with it. Everything will be okay. And you know, women power. And from Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, we raised 40K because we don't have a sponsor here. And we're still going to acknowledge people who have just decided that this conference must happen, so I'm going to put all of this. My boss is saying I must keep quiet. Thank you. So what is next? Is Chi? Okay, thank you so much. Thank you, Prof. Nancy. Greetings to Bill.
1535. Thank you. I'm trying again. Can you hear us? Hi, Derek. Can you hear us? It seems like we are the ones who are having a problem with the sound, your sound to produce on our side.
Okay,
Derek, can you hear me?
I can.
Oh, we can hear.
You can hear me.
Yes.
Oh, you can hear me too. You can all hear me. Hi, can you hear me? Okay.
Yes, can you hear me?
Okay. Because I can hear Derek.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
You can.
Yes. Yes. There's an echo right now as well. Letting you know.
Okay,
Yeah.
just give me a minute.
No, I'm gonna go get water. You can let them know. I'll be right back.
Okay, sounds good. He's gonna drink some water. Be back.
Can you hear me?
I can hear. So I can hear you, and there's still an echo, but I can hear you.
Okay, so it means we should not use this up until. Can you mute your computer there? Just mute. No. How is it now?
The echo's worse.
How? Who? Okay. Can you try speaking again, Nana? Can you try again? I would like to hear you talking to me, not to each other.
Hi.
Can you try Nana again?
Can you hear me? I'm talking. Can you hear me?
Something just doesn't make sense here. But can you hear me now?
I can always hear you.
But we can't hear you. Let me try again. Can you hear me now?
I can always hear you.
Okay, but still I can't hear you. Where did you press here?
I pressed that one, and then I did a sound.
I don't want you to.
That one I've done.
Can you hear me now?
Okay.
One, two, three. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear myself? Okay. So either Neo's video or the live motion unverified. One of them is yeah.
When you are talking, when you are
When you
talking,
when you when you when you Can you try and mute the live motion unverified? Okay. I can always hear you. The question is, can you hear me and the echo? Now I cannot hear you because you're mute or nails. Hello.
Testing 1, 2, 3. Can you hear me? Testing 1, 2, 3.
off to Professor Derek Katzum for his talk from Ralph Bunch. And please give it away.
Hey, I was supposed to be there in July when I was in South Africa, and now I'm doing it from Odessa, Texas, an hour before I have to run to class. So truly transnational in all senses of the term. In 1992, Ohio University Press published An African American in South Africa, the travel notes of Ralph J. Bunch, 28 September 1937 to 1 January 1938. Edited by Howard University Africanist Robert Edgar, these diary entries captured a previously hidden moment of a prominent Black American experiencing South Africa. This collection would prove to be part of a wave of scholarly engagement. I'm getting the echo again. A wave of scholarly engagement with questions of transnational and comparative history between the United States and South Africa. The book appeared as South Africa was making its transition to non-racial democratic rule, a process that was far from secure during the violent year of 1992. A significant component in the global anti-apartheid movement that had helped fuel the radical changes taking place in the early 1990s was the global sanctions campaign against apartheid South Africa. Edgar had edited a collection that appeared with Africa World Press in 1990, Sanctioning Apartheid, which attempted to come to grips with this campaign and its various manifestations. These two projects would provide reverse bookends to the apartheid era and reveal Edgar's wide-ranging interest in what we might term global South Africa. This paper will look at these two works in the context of what was then the still newly emerging wave of comparative and transnational scholarship on South Africa. The sanctions debate had been the central way that Americans discussed apartheid in the 1980s. Sanctions, divestment, cultural boycotts, and though it was largely irrelevant to American sporting interests outside of the question of the Olympics every year, the sporting boycotts. College campuses became hotbeds of activism on the apartheid question as students, faculty, and staff demanded that their universities and colleges divest their holdings from any investments connected to South Africa's apartheid regime. In September 1986, the U.S. Congress overrode Ronald Reagan's veto on a bipartisan basis to pass, or in the wake of the veto to repass, the Comprehensive Anti-Apartheid Act, which applied a wide range of sanctions on South Africa. Edgar's collection, Sanctioning Apartheid, came out in 1990, which means that the essays in the volume were written as history was playing out in real time. The contributions thus represent a blending of truly contemporary history, political commentary, sociology, and reportage. The book consists of 19 essays from some of the leading, mostly but not exclusively American Southern Africanists, plus Edgar's introduction. Edgar divides the book into 4 sections: the United States and South African sanctions, sanctions in the South African economy, sanctions in Southern Africa, and the cultural boycott of South Africa. From the vantage point of 35 years, the essays are as much primary sources now as they are scholarly essays, capturing myriad elements of the sanctions and boycott debate as they played out in nearly real time. As much as anything, Edgar's book serves as a reminder that many scholars working on South Africa in the 1980s were engaged in the real struggle against apartheid. Academics were not dispassionate observers of events playing out before them or dispassionate chroniclers of the past. Many scholars were deeply immersed in the fight. Perhaps most famously, the University of Witwatersrand's History Workshop provided not just a usable past, but historical context for the present in the sort of engagement that revealed that scholars not only need to be, but could not be neutral observers of the world. Need not be, but could not be neutral observers of the world. Today, these academics would be slandered by the right as being woke, which in the best of ways they were, in as much as they were wide awake to the world surrounding them and to the impact, oftentimes deleterious, sometimes, rarely, as in the subject of these essays, positive. Yet even as he was engaging in the very contemporary, and it turned out late-stage apartheid debate over sanctions, Edgar had been looking back, even before apartheid, to the travails of Ralph Bunch, who spent from 28 September 1937 to New Year's Day 1938 in South Africa. Edgar captures this experience through Bunch's own words and experiences. Edgar's preface, lengthy prologue, comments on editing, epilogue, 51 pages of notes to the travel diary, bibliography, and index provide substantial value added on top of the edited presentation with judicious explanatory footnotes of Bunch's notes from more than 3 months in South Africa during that time period. Edgar provides rich context to understanding both Bunch and segregation in South Africa while simultaneously facilitating Bunch's astute observations. Indeed, in many ways, an African American in South Africa anticipated an important historiographical discussion that seems to have been revived in recent years, which is a reconsideration of the segregation era and the question of just what kind of break 1948 represents. It seems increasingly clear that 1948 and the implementation of apartheid, appalling though it was, represented a difference of degree more than of kind. Edgar shows how Bunch's fascination with and commitment to understanding South Africa was a two-way street. It was in the terrain of ideas and images, Edgar writes in the prologue, that African Americans had an effect on Black South Africans that far outweighed their numbers. African Americans were a potent political symbol for Black South Africans who applied the African American experiences of struggle to their own predicament. This is an especially important observation for how it challenges perhaps more traditional chronological conceptions that the civil rights movement in its classic post-1954 phase influenced the post-1948 anti-apartheid struggle. Think about long civil rights movement historiography in the United States. As a consequence, as Bunch observes that despite his intention, he came to realize that any American Negro visiting South Africa is, emphasis in the original, a missionary whether or not he wills it. But he doesn't have to be a religious missionary. As Edgar writes in his epilogue, as Bunch's South African research notes demonstrate, his pioneering work on Africa deserves renewed recognition. His notes are not only a testament to his instincts and skills as a researcher, but his findings illuminate a dimension and an era in South Africa's past that others will profitably mine for years to come. Perhaps not coincidentally, as this conference attests, much the same can be said of Edgar as well. In some ways, then, Edgar, whether intentionally or not, as part of the zeitgeist or simply as a pathbreaker, as he had been helping establish African studies as a discipline at and beyond Howard, was also part of a vital movement in helping to create transnational studies, what we might call the transnational turn, through these two books and carried forward in his writing, teaching, and lecturing subsequently. I, like most or many of the participants here, have my story of meeting Professor Edgar. He came to speak in the Contemporary History Institute Speaker Series at Ohio University when I was a PhD student. It was surpassingly rare to have an Africanist come before us, but my guess is that Alan Booth, OU's lone Africanist in the history department, said enough is enough and insisted on a slot in the series. My guess also is that the powers that be in the CHI said fine, but they have to have a transnational element that connects their talk to the United States. Thus, several years after An African American in South Africa had been published, Edgar made his way to Athens, Ohio. I was the only graduate student doing anything connected to Africa, having just returned from a year as a fellow at Rhodes University. So I got a lot of face time with Professor Edgar, who tolerated me more than I surely deserved. A couple of years later, I was an ABD in the department and living in Washington, D.C., while I worked on my dissertation about a U.S. civil rights topic. Professor Edgar and I had a leisurely lunch one day when I was conducting research at Howard. At that lunch, he encouraged me, practically demanded that I follow through on my interest in transnational history. This happened at a time when George Fredrickson and John Sell and a few others notwithstanding, academic historians were encouraged, oftentimes demanded to silo in their geographical area or to pursue diplomatic history. I overstate a little bit about the climate at the turn of the century, but not by a lot. I do know that none of my professors at OU in the late 90s and early 2000s, whether the Professor Booth or later Professor Hawthorne from Michigan State, who came to OU who's now at Michigan State, who came to OU for a little while, or any of my Americanists, thought that it was seriously viable to pursue the sort of work that has come to define my trajectory as a scholar. And I do know that while my legitimate African background absolutely helped separate me from other Americanists in the job market, even today, those pursuing transnational scholarship can be seen as neither fish nor fowl. In my case, looked at askance by Americanists for having too much South Africa in my work, and by South Africans for being a secret Americanist and probably a CIA plant. Professor Edgar rejected such concerns out of hand, telling me of my interest in merging American and South African interests, which at that point I had pursued completely separately. That's the future of the career you should have. He, of course, could not possibly remember that lunch. I, of course, could not possibly forget it. I have to admit, I never reached out to him after that, though I think of him in that story occasionally, so I'll take this opportunity to simply say thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Way under time, too. Our next speaker is Professor Tapelo, and their talk will be on the relevance of two university student activists in South African University. Thank you. To Professor Neo, is Professor Tapelo in the audience? So I don't think Professor Tapelo is there. So we will then skip to Professor Dondolo. Oh, maybe he's there. He is there? Sorry. There he is. Okay. You're on mute over there. Yes. You're still on mute. We can't hear you in the live motion unverified is on mute. On the computer, yeah, it's on mute, so just saying. It's still on mute. It's on mute on the computer, I'm assuming. There, perfect. Okay.
That's perfect. Greetings. Greetings, everyone. Greetings, Chairperson, delegates, former colleagues, and honored guests. It is a privilege and a responsibility to stand before
Sorry, you're
you
now on
today.
mute. We can't hear you in the Microsoft Teams. Okay, you can leave yours on with Neo's and then put his off, and then like I can hear probably through it. To leave the one on you were just talking through, there was no echo, but the one he is on, you can mute.
Must try again. Okay, greetings everyone. Chairperson, delegates, former colleagues, friends, and honored guests. It is a privilege and a responsibility to stand before you today in this international conference in honor of Robert BoB Edgar. I am Tapelo Tsotetsi, a former UFS student supervised by Prof Neo. Today, I would like to share my piece of work titled The Relevance of Two University Students Activists in the South African University, the case study of Mangaliso Sobukwe farewell speech of 1949 at Fort Hare University and Nkgopotse Tiro graduation speech of 1972 at University of the North, Tafelkop. My presentation focused on Sobukwe and Tiro as philosopher, because when we talk about black intellectuals who played a significant role in political revolution of Africa, we hardly focus on their ideas. We mostly focused on their biography and activist part. But when we talk about white intellectuals, we mostly focus on their ideas and less on their biographies. As this presentation focuses on two graduation speeches by Tiro and Sibukwe, it determines their ideas that they produced out of the existential reality of students during their time and link their ideas to current situation in South African university. Both the students call for decolonization and Africanization of the education curriculum in South African university. First, I will define what is decolonization and what is Africanization. Decolonization, it is the undoing the mental and cultural control of colonialism. Then Africanization, it is the reorientation of institution, knowledge, system, value, and practice towards an African perspective. Due to time, I will only select few speeches from Sobukwe and Tiro. Firstly, I will quote Sobukwe's speech of 1949 farewell speech. He said, I said last year that Fort Hare must be to the African what Stellenbosch is to the Afrikaner. It must be the barometer of African thoughts. Here, Sobukwe made a comparison critiques that colonial and apartheid system which systematically privilege Europeans over Afrikaner institution while marginalizing African intellectual space. In current South African university, Sobukwe's vision remain highly relevant. In historical white university, you can see that white spaces still exist. In historical white university, you can see that racism still occurs, and you can feel that racism in this institution. You can feel that these are European universities in South Africa. To second quote the speech mark of Sobukwe's speech, he said, the college remain mute on matters deeply affecting the Africans because we learn it feared to annoy the nationalist government. Here Sobukwe was criticizing and complicity of educational system, which prioritize appeasing political power over serving the intellectual and social needs of African students. In recent South African university, silence have become a norm in this institution. They see injustices occurring, but they choose to remain silent in order to appease the authority. And students, every time when they see injustices occurring, they choose to march, then forget after. We have forgotten about the incidents that occurred at the University of the Free State. We have forgotten about the incident in 2023 where a white student called a black student a baboon. We care less about the beast who served urine-soaked meat to black workers at the University of the Free State. Also, Sobukwe, on his speech of 1949, quoted Marcus Garvey word that say, you cannot grow beyond your thoughts. If your thoughts are those of a slave, you will remain a slave. If your thoughts go deeper, your mental development will remain deep-skinned. Here Sobukwe invoked Marcus Garvey words to underscore and internationalize colonial thinking, thought of a slave, which limits African intellectual, cultural, and political development. This critique stresses that African education and intellectual formation must go beyond the direction of colonial oppression. It cultivates independence, critical African thoughts that center African identity and values. Sobukwe also highlighted being black does not mean you are an African. He argues that African must actively reconstruct their mind to think like an African and center African thoughts, values over European thoughts. Moving forward to Sobukwe, to Tiro's speech of 1972, I will first quote. He said, time and again, I ask myself, how do black lecturers contribute to the administration of this university? For for it, if you look at the committee, they are predominantly white, if not completely white. Here and there, one finds 2 or 3 Africans who, in the opinion of students, are white black men. Tiro demonstrated that black academics who are included in the management have no authority. He said, who, in the opinion of students, are white black men. These white black men are the strongest gatekeepers of white racism in South African university. They often silence us black people who are critical about racism today. To quote another speech by Tiro, he said, white students are given vocation jobs at this university when there are students who could not get their results due to outstanding fees. Why does the administration does not give these jobs to the students? These white students have 11 universities, they can get their jobs. Here, Tiro highlighted that black people are punished for poverty, while white students are rewarded with jobs and income, ensuring that racial inequality deepens within the university. Today in South Africa, in this University of the Free State, you must have an official academic record in order to apply for the posts such as a tutoring post or library assistant. Funding is limited at the postgraduate studies. So due to funding being limited, students are having a lot of outstanding fees on their postgraduate studies. For example, at the University of Free State, you must have an outstanding fee of less than 2,000 in order to print your academic record. Due to being poor, not having funding, it limits you from applying for this post, and students whose parents are financially stable have an advantage to apply and being called. I even asked myself, how does this is a public university when you have to pay huge amount of money in order to get your bachelor's certificate? To last quote the speech of Tiro in his 1972 graduation speech, he said, "My dear people, shall we ever get a fair deal in this land, the land of our father? The system is failing us." Tiro here expressed that Africans living in their ancestral land are dispossessed and excluded and treated as foreigners. He expressed how Africans had inferior education such as Bantu education. Today, when Tiro can wake up and see the current education system, he will see that even today we have not had a fair deal. Our education curriculum is still white. We have not decolonized our education curriculum. Even the democratic government is failing us. Our education system maintains white supremacy and marginalize African knowledge, language, and land rights. Therefore, to conclude my presentation, by quoting last Sobuke's speech, he said, "Let me plead with you, lovers of my Africa, to carry with you into the world of the vision of a new Africa, an African reborn, an African rejuvenated, an African recreated, young Africa. Remember Africa." Thank you.
Chairperson and the organizers. Okay.
President Dollars, please.
Okay, thanks. Okay, let's try again. Okay, thank you, Chairperson, and good afternoon to the colleagues and morning to those who are on the other side of the Atlantic Ocean. My Africanist scholarship was okay. There's only one. I'm using one. Okay. So as I was saying, my Africanist scholarship has been partly influenced by Bob's work and also Leander Machum's, especially the biography on Anton Lembede and also APIMDA. And as a result, last year I wrote a book on Sobuke, One Race. But now I will talk about my current project, which is on Templeton Phyllis Ndandala, lifetimes and selected speeches and writings of a Pan-African revolutionary. Templeton is the younger brother of famous Phyllis Ndandala. As a way of introducing my paper, post-1994, there seems to be an erasure or marginalization of individuals like T.M. Ndandala and many others, especially those that are from the Africanist tradition or Africanist political outlook. And as you'll notice that this study, rather this paper, examines T.M.'s political outlook through his available recorded interviews and writings, particularly between 1960 and 1990. T.M. is viewed by many others, especially those from the Africanist tradition, as a thinker and a strategist of his time within the PAC, the commander of APLA, and of course, the representative of the PAC in some African countries like Uganda and Zimbabwe. TM is coming from the generation and also a period in South Africa in the 1950s up until 1960, a period of struggles for existence. This struggle of existence is between the Afrikaner domination or the African nation, rather the Afrikaner nationalism, as at that time Verwoerd was responsible for the native affairs, and the mobilization of the Africanist or the African organizations on the other side. T.M. Ndandala, like Edwin Makoti, is among the individuals within the PAC that are viewed as the Pan-Africanist. But there's also a dimension of Marxist, Leninist, and Mao Zedong political outlook. And you will notice later that has had to do with the influence from China as they went there for training. So the generation that later formed the PAC, its founding members are coming from the ANC Youth League, like Peter Rabarogo and others, but were strongly influenced by that generation of the ANC Youth League, APIMDA and Anton Lembede. Looking at TM's work, when in South Africa there was this euphoria as early as in the 1980s when the ANC started to negotiate with the apartheid regime and the business people. TM in 1986, for instance, made a speech that we cannot negotiate from a position of weakness, because for him, there was not much that was done against the state. He believed that there was still a need to further engage the apartheid regime. Furthermore, for him, before we can go and negotiate, he promoted what he referred to as the United Front. Perhaps had this goal been achieved, we would have been at a different position in South Africa. There are many, if you engage people from the PAC and those who know him, you get a different understanding or images of Ndandala. As I mentioned in my introduction, that others view him as this thinker, the theorist of the PAC, together, of course, with Edwin Makoti. But here, there's also an interesting point about TM. TM in 1960 was was the vice chairperson under Clarence Makwethu in the Western Cape. And he was arrested for his involvement and was released 2 days before Christmas. And immediately there was also another warrant of arrest that was issued. And it was during that time that TM went to Lesotho and then later Tanzania. If you look at TM political outlook, as I mentioned, he's that generation of the PAC, the founding members of the PAC. Interestingly, they had views TM as someone who joined around the 1960 anti-pass campaign. However, the dominant tradition within the PAC and the African scholarship is that TM was amongst the founder members of the PAC. And it was when TM was in Langa, at the time was at Langa High. His sister, Phyllis Ndandala, married to AC Jordan. And TM lived with them. And perhaps it was also during that time when he was staying with AC Jordan and Phyllis Ndandala that TM became more politically involved. As we might know that even when he was at Lovedale, he was expelled because of his political involvement. But this gained momentum and the shape when he was in Cape Town. And of course, he drew from his lessons of history. He was a student of history, so to speak, because remember, his father was one of the traditional leaders, or referred to as traditional leaders, who used to go to Ipunga building in Mthatha. But TM was not in support of that. So the point I'm making that is the historical awareness that we can observe in analyzing TM as political consciousness. And as I mentioned earlier on, he then went through the ranks of the PAC in the Western Cape and then went to exile. If we can reflect on his political outlook, on the other side, you see that greenish image there. That is the card of the PAC when it was formed. So we can argue that TM most probably had a card member like this one. And with 3S, which I will speak more on them, the issue of serve, suffer, and sacrifice. TM's political outlook can be anchored on 4 pillars: African nationalism, unity amongst Africans, the land question, and total emancipation. And these elements are key in what the PAC in its founding document referred to the new social order. TM believed African nationalism was the weapon to fight tribalism or ethnicity, or the divide and rule that was promoted during colonialism. And of course, it was through this African nationalism that he believed was a method for restoration of the African being. And of course, that leads to the issue of self-pride. The motto of the PAC, which I earlier on mentioned, the 3S. I argue in this work that TM Dandala embodied both, rather all the S, serve, suffer, and sacrifice. As I mentioned that his father was part of Ipunga. He was supposed to take over from his father and become part of the Transkei Bantu Stand traditional leadership. But the TM rejected that. And perhaps that's why he stayed more in Cape Town than going back to his original village where he was born. And in the 1960s, I argue, from the late 1960s, there was this strong emergence of the Marxist-Leninist Mao Zedong appearance within the PAC. Remember, the founding members of the PAC were those who said Singama Africa Poko, pure Africans. But in the 1960s, late 60s, you see the emergence of this Marxist influence, Lenin and Mao Zedong. And it's precisely because some of them went to countries like China for military training, and they were strongly influenced by Mao Zedong. For the sake of time, I will just rush through some of the pillars of my talk. I present TM as an intellectual of the PAC. In South Africa, especially amongst the Africanist or the early African intellectual, there is a strong tradition of fighting through a barrel of a pen. When Africans lost the land through the wars of land dispossession, as early as late 1800s, Qitashe, Isaac Williams, Wucho brother, wrote a poem, Mfowohlanga. And this poem was more about we have lost the battle. Use your pen to fight the system. And I argue that Ndandala became more generations after Qitashe, who used their pen, their intellect to challenge the system. And even if you look at his writings, of course, one of the dominant one is what is known as the New Road to Revolution that was published in 1975. This is an outcome of the engagement between or amongst the Africanist intellectuals within the PAC, who used to discuss the envision South Africa and how they would engage. And then they produced a document called the New Road to Revolution. Most of the time, this document is attributed to Edwin Makoti, but there is a held view that TM Ndandala and many others contributed. And perhaps when this document was ready to be published, Edwin Makoti showed the document to PK Libalo, who was not comfortable with the document, with some aspects of the document. Also, when he was the commander of the military wing of the PAC, TM produced the commander's manual, field manual, in 1970. And interestingly here, this document was also reviewed, or the second edition came out in 1993 during the time of Sabelo Palmer. And of course, Sabelo Palmer took over from TM. And this document was more about exposing the guerrillas to the history of the liberation struggle, the Africanist outlook. What I found interesting for me, it was this concept of war of the masses, similar to People's War in China. And you can see how then Mao Zedong and the China influenced the PAC from a military perspective and also the outlook. The other aspect that is important to bring to the fore is the issue of course, I mentioned earlier on his views on African nationalism and the land question. What will be important perhaps to underscore is his views on the Middle East or the Israel attitude towards the Palestinians. In as early as 1986, in his writings, he expressed himself about the rejection of the Israel approach. And he calls all the leaders of the world to stop what the Palestinians were experiencing at that time. And certainly he will be disappointed to find the situation that he lamented in the mid-1980s to seem to have gained more momentum in the present. Most of his ideas, you get to get a grip of them from his interview with Bishop Tobuti, and of course a conversation with Dikgang Moseneke during the conference that was held in Tata. I submit that the Africanists or the intellectuals within the PAC were strongly influenced and were part of the Africanization movement that was experienced in the 60s and 70s at the University of Dar es Salaam, as some of them were based there. So when we talk about the influence of the University of Makerere in Uganda, the writings of many scholars at that time, these Africanist intellectuals of the PAC were not immune to those debates. Hence, you see this strong class analysis struggle gaining momentum. In terms of the military capabilities, I already alluded, but what is of interest to note. In 1986, TM made a speech where he said, from the day the first bullet was fired at Sharpeville and Langa, the road of non-violence was closed. It means, therefore, at some point, TM Ndandala and the PAC believed in passive resistance. But with the response from the National Party government, they realized that there is a need to engage the government of that time on military basis. And TM was trained in Algeria, Ghana, and China, as I mentioned, and is viewed by some, especially the 1976 generation that went and joined the PAC, is viewed as one of the drivers or the thinkers of the homecoming program of the PAC. The 1976 generation who went to exile were so eager to come back and fight. And Dandala is viewed as amongst the elders of the party who were behind this campaign of coming back to the country. And of course, Sabelo Palmer and many, and Dan Mofokeng and many others were part of that. The dominant narrative of the armed struggle of the PAC is presented through the view of, or the narrative of Poko, and perhaps presenting John Pogelanyati's account as the commander. And there's less, or even if you look at the APLA, there's this TM era, 60 to 78, Sabelo Palmer, 81 to 94. However, there's no mention of Jesus Mfopiri, who took over from TM. There seemed to be an erasure, or there seemed to be a marginalization, whether he was there for a short period of time after TM, before Sabelo Palmer. It is important in presenting the history of the armed struggle of the PAC to consider that. Within the PAC, there have been struggle within the struggle, there has been this element of betrayal, exclusion, and the formation of the new movement. If you look at different historical periods, there's a view that's coming strongly from the PAC in exile, get rid of them, and others were forced into exile. There are many examples that one can cite. But for the purpose of this talk, if you look at the conference of 1978 in Arusha, where TM was expelled, of course, because of his differences or political differences with PK at that time. This conference is important because after this, TM and his supporters left and formed what became known as the African People's Revolutionary Party, which was more embedded on the issue of Leninist and Mao Zedong principles and their ideology. Another important epoch, perhaps almost at the same time, is when PK Libalo was removed, and there were 3 that were appointed for that period, and the story of David Sibeko's death. What is also of important about David Sibeko is it shows that the China's influence to the PAC was not just in terms of the military and the ideology, but also what they refer to as revolutionary journalism. Because Sibeko went to China and he was training in this revolutionary journalism. And of course, the Sobukwe Forum later. So PAC have been embattled with this betrayal, expulsion, and also the formation of the new movement. Even now, post-1994, with the formation of the GNU, there are members of the PAC who feel betrayed by the present leadership of the ANC because of their approach. There is a held view among some members of the PAC who believed that when John Pagelanyati became the president of the PAC or the chairperson, he brought together those who were expelled. But some believed that this group that formed the ARPA continued with its structures and also the document they refer to, Singanye document. Of course, some are disputing this as a fabrication. The death of TM. What I found interesting is when I interviewed his sister, the sister he was with until he passed on, there is this T-shirt of the PAC which was printed during the funeral, and they used one of his quotation as part of that, of course, his memory. But what I found interesting, there was the commentary or the memory notes where people were asked to write how they remember or their interaction with TM. And it has been informative, one of the sources for me in terms of understanding the different generations of the PAC and how they viewed him. As I mentioned that TM died at the age of 63 in 1991. However, to date, there's no scholarly biographical work or anything beside what was written in 1991 by Mukwege.
Prof, sorry, your time is up, so just quickly wrap. Sorry.
Yeah, yeah, this is the last slide, which is linked to the point I was making. That his biographer in this article that was published in one of the PAC publication, he presents TM as the national asset, not only of the PAC, rather of all the Africans, or those who believe in the Africanist scholarship and also the Azanian cause. And in this study, I argue and present TM in the same light, using his writings and, of course, political and military capabilities. This is extrapolated from the project that I'm working on that's developing his political biography. And I hope when the project is completed, you will have a broader understanding and comprehensive understanding of TM. Thank you. Thank
you. Thank you. So I'll say a few quick thoughts on the papers more broadly, because I haven't read the papers before now, so thinking on the spot very early in the morning is very difficult. So first I want to do my own personal homage to Professor Bob Edgar, and hopefully this will tie in some of the themes I've heard in the last three talks. So during the last session, one of the questions I was asked, or comments, was that people don't teach Bob Edgar's work at WITS. And in fact, it's funny because as a good UCLA grad, I teach Bob Edgar's book, The Making of an African Communist. And that came out in 2005. And in fact, at UCLA, when you go to the bookstore, they have the books that are required for students to read. And I had one student from Vietnam who went to the bookstore, saw his book, and enrolled in my class because she said, "Who is teaching about African communists at UCLA?" And why I mentioned this book is because Professor Katzam spoke about the transnational aspect, the transnational turn. And Bob Edgar's book, right, looking at an African communist, is part of this transnational turn and thinking about how we can think about South African history, in particular South African history, through these international networks. In this particular case, it was via the Soviet Union. And so Professor Dundlow's work, right, also in this transnational aspect, follows this line of thinking in looking at TM, right, this transnational figure, and who has been influenced by Marxist-Leninist, Maoist ideas. So I found those connections fascinating. And then on a question of methodology, Professor Tapelo asked us to think about or to separate biography from intellectual history. And this is a fascinating provocation that he's asking us to grapple with, because I would say, in some sense, Professor Katzam, your work is quasi-biographical and also intellectual history of Ralph Bunche, looking at how biography shapes the thinking. Professor Dundlow, you do both, right? There is the biographical aspect of it, but also looking at the intellectual history aspect of it. And for Tapelo, in just thinking about the intellectual, I think the biography is important in how one thinks the way one thinks. And I think perhaps it cannot be so easily be disentangled, because one doesn't live in a vacuum. And this goes back to Professor Edgar's book, right, A Communist, where he entangles the biographical and the intellectual history. But I think something which, as far as African political thought, we need to be focused on. And what also unites all your works is the focus on a singular or few individuals, right? And focusing on them, how can we unpack and learn about African history, African studies, and these transnational movements? Also, a call which we heard in the last panel, right? The focus on that middle, although the people you're working on are not middle people in any sense of the imagination. But again, I think you can see these themes, and you can see Professor Edgar's broader work shaping methods, right? How we're thinking about Black and African figures in this moment in time. So those were my few thoughts. And then just a quick personal thing. It is very rarely that I see Butterworth these days. And I used to live there, go to school there, and I was a child. So I'm thankful that you brought this up. And I'll let the audience for any Q&A. And you can also comment on my thoughts at all if you would like or not. Yeah.
Okay, comments or questions? I'm going to help the prof with the comments or questions. Okay, we've got number 1. Where's the second one? There's number 2. Where's the third one? Yeah, you are number 2. You'll speak, you are number 2. You are number 2. I'll give you the mic. I'll give you
If
the
there are
mic.
any questions asked, we cannot hear. Here.
Yeah, okay.
Sharp. Can you hear me? Okay, thank you. Mine is more of a comment more than a question, right? And it's directed at Tapelo Tsotetsi. Thank you for the wonderful presentation. I did my honors on Nkgopotsi Tiro, and I was writing about locating him from Dinokana in Zirast, right? And I want us to really move away from this dichotomy between biography and thinking. Because if you look at that honors thesis, I was locating him as a thinker in his work or in his speech as a thinker. But I was also locating his biographical aspect to say Dinokana shapes him to what he becomes. So I eventually did a comparative analysis between Tiro and Stokely Carmichael, right, Kwame Ture. And in there as well, I was looking at them from where they were coming from. Because there's this thing of, thinking starts maybe at the university level, whether you're at TEFLOP or Howard, but it really starts at, from childhood, your mom, your family, and whoever else. So I want to say to you that there's no tension between biography and thinking, philosophers. You can be both, but we need that contextual background of the thinker. Who is Sobukwe? Where does he come from? How does Graf Reinet contribute to his thinking and ideology? Thank you.
Okay, just
my state is not really of a question, but just a reflection of what everything that you presented. So I did my honors at the Northwest University and my undergrad as well in the same varsity from the campus, from the Potchefstroom. And I think you'll agree with me on this point that between the 3 campuses of Northwest, Potchefstroom is not really associated with students, especially black students, protesting or challenging the system. It was only late around 2020 during the outbreak of COVID-19. And I think, because I was one of the students but I was not involved in the protest. So I was one of the students, and I remember very well during one of my classes, whereby I attended the sociology module, and the lecturer there was a white woman who could speak both Afrikaans. Actually, she was an Afrikaner, but she could speak English. And the UFF students, because we are now allowed to attend classes both physically and via Zooms and Teams. So the EFF students who obviously had their own movement of the economic freedom, I just don't know what they are called. They used online tools to oppose and to challenge the system. But then the university, the head of social science department in Potchefstroom campus did nothing about the matter, and he was a white person, not an Afrikaner person. And I think we need to make a distinction between the two. And the students were challenging the fact that in our first semester, the lecturer there was a black person. And he was a white person, and he spoke English. He taught everything in English up until the second semester, whereby the white lady, the Afrikaner lady introduced herself very well in English and what we should expect. But then went on to say that the module is presented in Afrikaans. So even though she can speak English, but she's going to teach in Afrikaans. And then black students were against the whole idea, because now we are forced to use microphones. And one cannot really learn that well when you're using the microphone, because you are hearing two people speaking at the same time. You are hearing the lecturer and the interpreter. So when the HOD was called, the HOD did nothing about the matter. If anything, the lecture was changed, because she stood on her grounds that she's not going to compromise and teach in Afrikaans, because, and I think, actually, I remember that the lecturer even wanted to teach in both English and Afrikaans, but the Afrikaner students were against the idea. So they ended up changing the lecture. And also about the statement that the gentleman made about white students dominating I think maybe you were referring about Marx, or maybe white students doing better than black students. So the NW Potchefstroom campus always had an answer for that in especially the anthropology module, you'd find this big hall, a big lecture hall, and it was divided into three sections. So you'd find benches on that side, benches on the middle, and on the right side. And white students always occupied the middle section, and the black students always occupied both sides of the lecture hall, and mostly the back the back space of the lecture hall. And it was not because of they were instructed to do so. It's just that we, including myself, we preferred sitting on the side, and that's how the university always responded when it came to the fact that white people were dominating or were excelling in academic spaces as compared to black people. And black students always had their own answer, that white students were allowed to either, remember, we're in the social science space. So white students were allowed to write or to submit their essays both in Afrikaans and English, depending on how they feel like or what they want. So based on everything that you said, and the fact that I'm saying that the university always shifted the blame to say that it's not because of how we teach, but how black students and white students divide themselves in lecture halls. and also because of the fact that the Potchefstroom campus, they refer to as that we went there knowing very well that it is a former Afrikaner university. So obviously you will find Afrikaner lecture dominating the positions there. Thank you.
Okay, I'll start first by responding to Mr. Mutlame's question. Thank you, Mr. Mutlame. Last year, I even used your honors thesis, which you write while you were in Wits. So in my speech, I said, when we talk about black intellectuals, we hardly focused on their ideas. We mostly focused on their biographies and activist part. But when we talk about white intellectual, we focus on their ideas. So I hear you say ideas and biography goes together. You are correct there. But if I can ask you a white intellectual biography, you will fail to answer me. If I can ask you, where did Karl Marx grew up? Where did Karl Marx enter school? Where did Karl Marx date with? Because when we focus on white people, we only look at their ideas. We only look at Marxism or Karl Marx, Marxism, class struggle. We only focus on those things. That's what I was saying. So the gentleman from UJ-ish, I don't know what exactly is your question, but I don't know.
I think it's a comment. It was more of a comment and a reflection.
Oh, it was a comment and a reflection. So I don't know how to answer it. Thank you.
Prof, over to you on the other side.
Very loosely. There are Africans as early as Teosoga's time who excelled in 1800s and continued even after that generations. And having attended lectures with some of a white student, I did better than some of them. So the issue has nothing to do with color. That's the point I want to make. It's about the capabilities of an individual student and the focus perhaps or the environment that produced that student. So I don't want us to look at the issue of white students doing better than, because we might be overgeneralizing. The other point I want to make, which is important and also central in my presentation, I problematize the question of the project of rewriting history in South Africa post-1994, that it has been politicized. It gives an impression that promotes only one political organization and their individuals that contributed. It ignores and erases others who are coming from other political formations. And I'm saying here, in a country like South Africa, where there were many political organizations and perspective, it is important that the rewriting project in South Africa is inclusive, and we move away from this exclusionary historical narrative. Because if we do that, we will be entering a space where some aspect of our history will be erased and completely not known. So it is important that we move towards this inclusionary historical narrative. I mentioned here, I spoke about A.C. Jordan and unity movement. A.C. Jordan is coming from a unity movement, and so is Phyllis Ndandala, the elder sister to TM. But in engaging TM's work, speech, you can see the influence of unity movement there. So it is important that we view this liberation struggle as a process than as an event where we will talk about a certain individual or particular organization, because the ideas have went beyond those individuals. And maybe to end by saying, Butterworth, where TM spent his last days, has been central in the politics of the PAC. And Tsendane, That's where, if you look at individuals like Utatu Simuka and many others who went to Robben Island, were from that area. So there has been this strong Pan-Africanist tradition there in that area, and it is important perhaps to locate that within the activities of Boko and also the politics. Lastly, Chairperson, for me, I use individuals as an entry point to understand the society that produced them. Because in order for you to understand TM's understanding of history or historical awareness, you must acknowledge what he used to observe when people came to his father for council meeting, or someone who did something wrong, and then there would be council and the decisions were taken. That African perspective of justice and the historical production that was done there. So those spaces are important. And interestingly, before I stop, his cousin, Matanzima, became a Bandustan leader in Transkei. And TM chose not to, even though his father was part of Ipunga, but decided to reject that system. And in one of his letters to the family, he was very against that his father was there. But he was young and there was nothing he could do. But when his time came to replace his father, he decided to go to Cape Town and never went back home, and then went to exile in 1960, up until he came back towards his last days. So that historical consciousness, it is important, and also the society that shapes these individuals.
Thank you all for coming to this panel. I think we are a bit over time, but it's been a very fascinating discussion. And thank you so much again, Professor Nayo, and those who have organized this event. It's long overdue, but I am glad to be part of it, and I'm glad that we can do this with Professor Edgar still with us, and can hear how much he has influenced and shaped the way we think and write about African history and African peoples. So thank you.
Okay, thank you very much to you too, Prof, for your handling of the session, and to the panelists. Can we give them a round of applause? Thank you, Prof. Thank you, Professor Dondolo, and thanks to Professor Kadzan as well. Colleagues and friends, thank you for your participation also in this session of the afternoon. We come to the end of the panel sessions for the day, and you are still here. However, I would like to announce that after a 15-minute break, we are going to then have 2 book launches of very important texts in our country. And you would notice that in your programs, the other one talks about, it's a story of survival. The other one is a histories of Lesotho. And these texts were selected strategically because of the works of Robert Edgar. So at this time, let me make these announcements. For tomorrow, we start as per the program at the same time. But the difference of tomorrow is that the tea and coffee is going to be in the foyer like we did this morning, but the lunch is going to be at the main hall. There's a hall on the other side. That's where we're going to have our lunches. And there has been changes in the evening program tomorrow. That marimba that was supposed to take place, it is not going to take place, but the evening service of the Braai Gala, it still proceeds. So that is the change that we are going to experience tomorrow. So let's give ourselves a round of applause and go and have a break and come back. Thank you, colleagues.